All right, good morning, guys. And for those who just joined in, we'll just give the rest. Let's just give about 2 more minutes before we really start. And I'm still checking you guys in my attendance list. So I could see some of the names over here, but I couldn't see this. Okay, give me a second. So, okay, there we go. Right. Okay, good morning again, and welcome to the AZ304, the Azure Architect Design class. And I see quite a number of names, very familiar names from the AZ303. So welcome back. And we're about to start the class. So I hope everyone is ready. Is everyone ready? Everyone have the coffee ready?
Yep.
Great. Okay, so let's start on with the class. And just as usual, I'm just going to go through a bit of briefing about what to expect out of this class. So this is going to be a 4 days class. All right, it's going to be a 4-day class, and it's going to be about design. All right, so we've covered, for those of you who came for the AZ303, we've covered the implementation. So this is more of a why rather than the implementing on how to get it configured and stuff, right? So this is more why are we doing this, or what is the reason behind, okay? And this is where this class is all about. It's all about design. Okay, so a little bit about myself for those who is new for the class, first time joining in my class over here. So this is me. My name is Ivan, and I'm a technical consultant onto systems and network infrastructure. So I do a lot of Microsoft training and also Cisco deployments and implementations and training as well. Okay. So I guess a lot of you guys, because what I see from the attendance list over here, you guys are all from the same company. That's great. So it's more like a private class here. Okay. But for those who first time probably could tell me a bit of yourself, you can see put some info in the chat area. All right, so you can just type it in. What do you do? Is this the first time for you to join a Microsoft class? All right, so just let me know a little bit. Okay, and for the format of the class, 9 to 5. Okay, Sydney time, 9 to 5. We have 2 breaks and 1 lunch. So our first break is at 10:30. Again, it's about 15 to 20 minutes for first break. Then our lunch time is at 12:30 for 1 hour, and then second break is at 3:30. All right, so in between, if you need to actually just take a breather, it's just to probably you have some stuff to do, just let me know in the chat, so that we won't be waiting for you to move on to the next topics. All right, so okay, so as an Azure architect, so we have actually, most of you guys have came for the AZ303, so we know what an architect's supposed to do right now. All right, so you're supposed to translate business requirements into secure and reliable recommendations for infrastructure, governance, high availability, cost optimization, and data integration. So you got to cover a lot of stuff. All right, you got to cover a lot of stuff, and we've seen in AZ303 on how to do implementation onto quite a lot of things we've seen there. Right, we've seen how to implement virtual machines. We've seen how to implement skill sets. We've seen how to implement your virtual network security, and we've done quite a number of demos and also some hands-on. And so I hope that you guys actually have done a fair bit of practice at home as well. Well, in between, yeah. So, and I hope that you guys still have the some access into your Azure portal. Yeah. So anyone here still have access to your Azure portal? Still have some credits left? Anyone? Though today we're gonna get a new one. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we do need to actually play a lot with it to get our hands dirty with in the portal, in the secure shell. Sorry, in the PowerShell. All ways that we can use to actually get into Azure. All right. So. Yeah, so because it doesn't mean that you've got to be an expert in a specific area altogether, because you, as an architect, you still need to communicate and collaborate with a lot of people in order to provide a good solution. But it's good to know that you're exposed in that areas that you think that you're not so familiar with as well. Okay. Prerequisites. Okay, so some of the prerequisites. So it's the same prerequisite as is the AZ303. Yeah, so you need to have some understanding onto your on-prem environment. Okay, if you have done infrastructure deployment, infrastructure projects, infrastructure integration, yeah, networks, virtualization, and system deployments and stuff like that. Yeah, that's going to be very, very helpful. And in fact, I think you guys have seen that already if you came for the AZ303. You have some understanding about VPNs and DNS, network infrastructure, Active Directory, understanding about HA, DR, all right, so stuff like that. And it's past that, since you guys have came for the AZ303, but for those who are new or first time into this class, well, it's good to have, if you have actually logged into Azure before, well, recommended by Microsoft is at least 12 months. You need to have some play around with it, some 12 months at least, but if this is the first time for you to use Azure, well, it's not too late to start. All right, there's somewhere you got to start with it. So yeah, over here we'll have I'll provide you with the access on how to get started with Azure. Okay, so the course outline, we have 14 modules altogether. 14 modules. We'll start with the design compute solution. All right, from compute solution, network integration, network solution, migration to authentication and authorization, right down all the way to security for applications. All right, so there are a lot of things that we will be covering. Some of the stuff that we'll be looking at, which was not covered in AZ303 as well. Yeah, but again, it's not required that you for example, like some of the DevOps processes, there's some of it we didn't cover in AZ303. Okay, and over here, even though we are going to look into some of those parts, but it doesn't mean that we've got to really implement it. We just got to understand how the process actually works. We're in a design class anyway, right? So you don't have to, because in the exam, you will not be required to actually do codings or actual implementation and things like that. So you're more, you'll be focused onto more of the reason behind the solution itself. All right. So this is what this class is all about. All right. Now, the certification, so a little bit of shift in terms of where things are being touched. In the previous AZ303, you see there's a lot of emphasis onto the infrastructure. That will be about 30 to 35%, right? Yeah, correct, 30 to 35% on the infrastructure. All right, so over here, we look into like design monitoring, which is about 10 to 15%. The bigger one will be onto identity and security, which is the 25 to 30%, design infrastructure itself, 25 to 30%. All right, then design storage, 15, 20%, 20%, business continuity, 10 to 15%. All right, so it's more of like a quite balanced in terms of each area, yeah, rather than compared to the implementation cost, there's more emphasis onto the actual implementation and knowledge onto the infrastructure itself. Yeah, that's the basic, that's the foundational part that we need to build ourselves with, right? So that in infrastructure, okay, so that we know where to put things in. All right, so how to put things together. All right, so over here it's more like, what's the reasoning behind, things when we do some solution or we provide some solution. Okay, so this is the certification path, and we've covered the 303s over here, and here will be the Microsoft Azure Architect Design. All right, so over here, and once you have completed both of these papers, you've taken the exam, and that's where you earn yourself the Certified Azure Solutions Architect Expert, okay, which will last you for 2 years. All right, so it lasts you for 2 years, and 6 months prior the certification ends, you get a message or you get an email from Microsoft saying that it's about to end, and you need to renew it. And renewal, it's basically free. So you just have to. There's a link for you to click in. You go into your profile, and then you just got to do a bit of update. Just do some exercises over there, just to refresh, and then you get yourself renewed. All right, so that's exactly how it works onto the renewal if you're looking to that. All right, but that will be 2 years down the road. Okay, so for the hands-on lab, all right, so for this, for the hands-on lab, okay, so I'm gonna pass you guys your link. Just give me a second over here. Okay. So Prasad has $20 left. Well, that's good enough because you started off with $100 right now, $100 US, and yeah, it's good enough because you're not going to use up the whole $20 straight away. As you can see that you just use probably just a few cents and stuff like that. Once you're done with the lab and you just remove it, you still can save some money over there. All right, so this is the link. Okay, this is the lab access link. All right, so and the training key is provided. Okay, and as usual, we're gonna go into to activate the link, activate the Azure Pass. Okay, so I'm just gonna guide you through again. So let me bring up my browser. Okay, there we go. So do check on your email as well that you should get an email from SkillPipe. Okay, the SkillPipe, and it's a different material this time. So for you guys, when you log in, click onto Microsoft account. All right, click onto Microsoft account. Don't click onto the corporate Azure AD. Click onto Microsoft account. Okay, and log in with your existing Microsoft account or the one that you have logged in before. All right. So I'll be using my Azure AD. Okay. Just want to check, is everyone able to log into your lab portal? Okay, so if you can see, if you look at my screen, you can see that again there are some parts which are for the hands-on lab, and those are the ones that we're going to be focusing on. Okay, the hands-on lab, and there are not a lot of hands-on lab for this course, all right, because again we're onto the designing portion. Okay, so but there are a lot of challenge labs. So for every module, they have a challenge lab over here. All right, so challenge lab, as you can see, is not the same as with the hands-on lab. All right, the challenge lab doesn't launch a virtual machine. All right, it goes straight away onto the Azure portal with a CloudSlice account. All right, and for each of these challenge lab, you'll have 3 attempts. Yeah, you're provided with 3 attempts. Okay, for the challenge lab. So any one of you actually did any challenge labs for the previous AZ303?
Yep.
Yes. And how do you find it?
Yeah, they were relatively, compared to the hands-on labs, they were shorter and yeah, not too bad. Yeah.
Not too bad, yeah. All right. Okay, so yeah, so over here will be the same as well. And if you look into the challenge labs, you know, some of the challenge labs are taken from some other courses. It is like, for example, like this, the automate. This is the module 1 challenge lab for design compute solution. It's can you automate deployment of Azure virtual machines? It's advanced challenge lab, and it's coming from the AZ300. Right, so that was the previous course code. Yeah, but it's still relevant over here. So yeah, they still put it in. Okay, so yeah, so there are a lot of challenge labs over here. All right, but then again, we're gonna look into how to get an Azure Pass. So I'm going to start on one of the VMs. So this is actually the hands-on lab for starting from module 3. Okay, so the actual hands-on lab will start from module 3, module 4, then it will jump to 6 and 13. So in between, if we need to do some labs whatsoever, or you need to do some implementation or to do some trial, you could probably also use the challenge labs as well. Okay, so over here, I'm going to launch into this first hands-on lab. Okay, because that's where you get your Azure Pass. All right, so it's going to be the same pass again for all the hands-on labs. So you're just going to do it for one time.
Do you want to remind us how to redeem the key again?
Yes, the key, the training key. Yeah, so the training key I've actually pasted onto the chat area. So do you see the training key there? So I'm just going to paste it again.
No, I've got it. Sorry, I meant how to redeem it. Oh, okay. There's a couple of people responded. Sorry, I just saw in the chat. All good.
No worries. Okay, so let me know if you're able to launch the first hands-on lab. Yeah, so if you prefer to use your previous Azure Pass and you want to save this, yeah, please feel free to do so. You can do that. But also just as a reminder, even though you have not actually used your you're not activating this new Azure pass over here. Sometimes what Microsoft does is that, if they have detected that some of the passes are not used for quite some time, they will actually just release them, and they'll they just have someone else to actually use it. Yeah, because anyway, these passes are free. Okay, so don't leave it there idle for too long. Once you have done, once you have finished using up your previous Azure pass and you want to start out with a new one, quickly just redeem this so that it's still valid. All right, so how long is it going to be? How long before they actually pass it to someone else or release it from your usage? I'm not too sure. Okay, but there are cases where sometimes, for myself as well, because for us trainers, when we actually get want to get into the Azure portal, every month we are given a free pass, one pass only. Yeah, but sometimes we have actually still have some remaining, and we have redeemed it. Sorry, we actually got that from Microsoft, but after some time we didn't redeem it. It's expired. Yeah, so don't leave it down. Don't leave it idle for too long. All right. Okay. So for those who are already in the who've launched the virtual machine onto the first hands-on lab. Okay. So under the resources, you'll find your promo code. Okay. This is where your promo code is. All right. And we're gonna, for those who needs to redeem this promo code. All right. So make sure that you have a Microsoft account. Okay, always have a brand new Microsoft account for this. Do not use an existing Microsoft account or any of your personal Microsoft account. Always create a new one. All right, and to create a new one, you're going to open up your web browser. Okay, Microsoft account. There you go. Okay, you're going to create a brand new Microsoft account. Get a new email address. AC304, and today's date is 15. Okay, so once you've created the account, all right, and then the next part is to redeem the Azure Pass. All right, so we go over to Microsoft Azure Pass. Okay, so again, I'm going to paste this into the chat area. My screen is shared. Anyone else not able to see my share screen?
I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay. So the site is in the meeting chat area, Okay, so you go over to MicrosoftAzurePass.com. Make sure that you're signed in with the brand new Microsoft account. Okay. All right, and make sure that this is the correct email address, the correct Microsoft account that you have signed in with. Okay, make sure that this is correct. Double check all the time. Yeah, because again, you just have one try to redeem your pass. All right, if this is the correct one, then click onto confirm Microsoft account. All right, and paste in your promo code over here. Okay, so you can click, make sure that your cursor is in the text field, and then just click onto the T. All right, so that's going to write it in, and then click onto claim promo code. Okay. All right, so once you've claimed your promo code, you'll be directed, you'll be probably asked a few more questions to verify yourself, and then you'll be directed straight away into the Azure portal. Okay, anyone not able to redeem your pass? All right. So all quiet. So I assume that everyone successfully redeemed your promo. Yes.
Can you share the pass key again? It's not in the chat.
The promo code, you mean?
Yeah, promo code.
The promo code is in your hands-on lab.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, under the resources, you can see your promo code there.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so here are some additional resources for you to refer to. All right, so additional information, all references that you can actually look into besides your skill pipe and also the Azure documentation. All right, so there are quite a number of good stuff over here, for example, like the Azure Tuesdays with Corey and Azure Fridays. And there's also a Channel 9 from Microsoft as well, which actually has a lot of videos and some video tutorials over there. Yeah, so for those who find that video tutorials will be a little bit more easier for you guys to take in the information, so yeah, you can always check that out. All right. Okay. All you guys good with the lab access? Okay, so remember that it's going to be the same Azure Pass. You don't have to redeem it again for your other hands-on lab. For the challenge lab, you will be given for each of the challenge lab, if you opt to do it, you'll be given a login, a specific login for that particular challenge lab. And you can see that over your resources area. Okay, so it's going to be a CloudSlice login. Each CloudSlice login can only be used for 3 attempts. Okay, and it has very strict policies inside, so it's very, very restrictive. It's very constrained. You're just going to follow exactly the instructions and what you're required to do in the challenge lab. That's for the challenge lab. Okay, Jesse just joined in. Okay, so presume that you're looking for the lab access, right? Okay, just give me a second. Okay, so Jesse, here's the lab link to the lab portal. The training key is provided. Redeem the training key. All right, log into the lab portal using your Microsoft account. Okay, in that case, that will be your personal Microsoft account. All right, and once you're in, okay, once you're in the lab link, okay, into the portal. All right, so come in. You can see that there are 4 hands-on lab. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the hands-on lab will start from module 3, module 4, 6, 10, 13. Right, and those at the bottom ones are your challenge labs. Okay, so you don't have to do any, you don't have to redeem any pass or any codes for the challenge lab. You just have to do it for your hands-on lab. All right, start on with the first virtual machine to get your promo code.
Okay, all good. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Okay, so for the first module for today, we're looking to design a compute solution. All right, and we're looking to compute services. Yeah, we're looking to some of the compute infrastructure and also onto its scalability. All right, so over here we're looking to choosing a compute service. All right, so there are a lot of compute services that you can choose from the infrastructure itself onto some microservices, okay, onto containers. All right, so which one to choose? Why? Okay, so remember that right now in the design we're looking to why are we going to choose this? There's never a bad design. It's always whether the design is actually suitable for the environment or not. All right, it's never a wrong design, I would say. Okay, so it depends on to whether is it correct or suitable for a specific environment. Okay, so we got to justify why are we actually using this way to provide our solution and so on and so forth. All right, so we're looking to choose an Azure compute service. Then we determine the appropriate compute technologies. All right, so how do you recommend a solution for containers, for example? And why are we using such a way to deploy containers and not some other ways? All right, and provisioning solutions for Azure compute infrastructure. Then we look into some of the well, you guys have questions inside your lab. It's not your lab. Basically, it's actually in your skill pipe material. All right, so then you just review onto the questions in your material. Okay, so first of all, choose an Azure compute service. All right, so how do you choose an Azure compute service? Yeah, so isn't it good that you actually have a process to tell us, choose this, okay, if we face this, and choose that if we face that, and stuff like that. And there we go. This is where the process comes in. Okay, so we start from here. Okay, so over here, and we ask ourselves the questions. The question is that are we migrating from our existing data center or our server farm or our on-premise environment, or are we building something new, for example? All right, so let's say we're going to migrate. We're going to probably even extend, okay, some of our services from our existing on-prem into the cloud. All right, so we're going to migrate some of those. So then when we do migration, are we going to do a lift and shift, or is it going to be cloud optimized? So when you say lift and shift over here, it says that we are rehosting. We're trying to reduce as much of changes. We don't want to go through too much of a changes. All right, so we just want to have whatever we have on-prem and make it to look almost exactly the same that we have on-prem in the cloud. Yeah, so we have, let's say, a physical server or a virtual machine on the cloud. This is how it looks like. Well, we want to look as if that is almost the same in the cloud. All right, and how we maintain it and stuff is going to be similar as well. All right, so you can't have it 100% the same, as in, because in the cloud we're going to use virtual machines, and if you've seen in the AZ303 in implementation, or probably in AZ104, all right, so you've seen that virtual machine sizes, they are fixed, all right, so we've got to choose the sizes which are comparable or almost the same, but so it will not be exactly the same that you have in the cloud on-prem. So all the services will be installed into that virtual machine. Okay, so we call it rehosting. All right, so without going through a massive redesigning onto your services that you're going to provide onto your users. All right, so if this is going to be a lift and shift, all right, so we go through the lift and shift path. All right, and then we ask ourselves questions: can it be contained? All right, can we actually really do lift and shift, and at the same time, at that point in time, can we actually containerize certain parts of it? You say yes. Okay, then we go to the right and it says needs full-fledged orchestration. Okay, if it's yes, then we go down to the AKS. If it's no, then we go down to the container service if we need to have containerization. If it's no, we're not going to contain it. All right, so for whatever reasons that we're not going to do some containers onto it, then we go down into do we need to use some serverless computing? All right, if it's going to be lift and shift, for example, because it's going to be like a physical server or virtual machine, most often you say no. I want it to look as if the same like the one I have on-prem. Then you deploy virtual machines. But if let's say you're lift and shifting some applications into the cloud, and then yes, okay, I would choose to use some web apps. All right, so in this case, then you're going to use the Azure App Service. All right, so this is just basically a overview on how we helping us to choose which way to go, to choose what sort of compute service when we go into the cloud. All right, so then we move on to the next one. So when we want to choose those services, we got to understand, for example, like over here at the end of the day, it says that, oh, I'm going to use the app service. Yeah, you're going to deploy some web app. I'm going to use virtual machines or AKS or app service container, or probably use, let's say, Azure Batch and stuff like that. So we're going to know what that features actually provide us. Okay, what are those features all about? And for app services, we know that we are hosting some web applications. Yeah, that includes just a very typical static website as well. All right, your web applications, your website that has some applications within your application itself, which is hosted onto the, which is accessed using the HTTP, HTTPS. All right, using RESTful APIs. All right, so those are your app services. And functions. All right, so you want to use some sort of functions which is available in Azure. All right, you're a developer and you want to use functions available. So why I want to use functions? Because instead of writing your own function and you got to test it again and again and again, these functions are already available in the cloud. All right, it's already in the cloud. It has been developed, it has been tested, so you don't have to like write your own code in that case. Right? So you can use functions that's already there. Batches, those is for large scale parallel high performance compute applications. You're basically running very scaled out, very high performance, very highly available nodes at the back end that supports your applications. All right, then you have Kubernetes. Okay, that's where you want to deploy containers, but you want to orchestrate the containers. You want to have scalability in the containers. All right, so that's where you deploy Kubernetes service. And then if you want to have a very simple a container deployment, all right, you're going to use ACI, Azure Container Instances, all right? Fast and simple way, very quick to deploy a container, straight away use ACI. Or you want to use virtual machine, you want to have more control, you want to have kind of like almost all the control they want to have onto the infrastructure itself, not on the physical side, because physical is beyond our reach. Physical side, that means that onto the data center portion, all right, the power source, you know, the physical networking, all right, so the physical host on the data center, that's beyond our reach, all right, but from the virtual machine itself, to what we are going to put into the virtual machine, from the operating system, the runtime, the applications, the data inside, that's within our control, all right, and Azure Service Fabric, right? So we've not seen that in AZ 303 or probably 104. Okay, but Service Fabric is where you want to deploy microservices like applications. Yeah, you want to deploy your web apps. You want to deploy other services, which is hosted in Azure, serverless applications or serverless services in Azure, and you want to combine them all together. So, for example, you want to deploy a web app. The web app is just dealing with a web app, right? Dealing with the app service plan, which is the compute nodes at the back end. But what about it's going to be connecting to some other stuff as well, some other components, right? So we're going to do that individually. But Service Fabric can help us to orchestrate that, okay? At the same time as well, it can help us orchestrate connecting our applications and components to containers as well, individual containers. Yeah, so we kind of like get to distribute the whole infrastructure straight off using the Service Fabric. All right, so that's what this is all about. And then later on, we look into there's a comparison between, you know, if I can use this to deploy containers, then what's going to be what's the AKS for? Yeah, so AKS is focused specifically just to deploy multi-node containers. Right, if you're going to scale multi-instance containers in that sense, just focusing on just containers itself. But Service Fabric is actually more than that. All right. Okay, so some hosting models. So we have the infrastructure as a service, where allows you to actually have full control or almost full control, deploying virtual machines, deploying your virtual networks, and from there you build your services from ground up. All right, so you have the most control, most flexibility is there. Okay, portability is there as well, because you're dealing with the virtual machines, and as well as the virtual networks. Okay, then you have platforms as a service. Okay, so this is where you have a little bit less control compared to the infrastructure model. All right, so this is where you're gonna give up some controls and give it back to the service provider, where they're gonna deal with the maintenance of the nodes behind for you, the virtual machines, the networks, probably some of the services, for example, like the firewall is actually being maintained by them, but you've got to create your own rules, all right, your own conditions. Okay, so for example, like even your Azure SQL, all right, your web app, those are all considered as a platform service. So the platform is provided, okay, provided, which means that, you know, there's certain things that in terms of its operating system, in terms of its runtime, in terms of its the actual infrastructure node itself is actually being taken care of. You're just going to take care of your own application and data within. All right, and then you have, of course, your software as a service, but we're not looking into that over here. Okay, so some service limits and cost. All right, so every service that we use in Azure, it has its own SLA, it has its own service limit, it has its own costing. Costing also differs between regions to regions where you place them. All right, and sometimes, you know, as we have actually experienced that in our previous class, you know, when we were trying even to build create a virtual machine, some of the sizes are not available in certain regions. Yeah. So you have to look into the regional availabilities, because regions are basically just collection of data centers. Okay, and they are built within its own specification. So not all regions are made the same. All right. So sometimes we got to check it out. Do we have that feature in that region? If you don't have that feature in the region, what's going to be our next point in action? So probably, if we need to choose a different region, which is, well, have this similar features, or the next nearest region that we want to use that has similar features, all the features that we want. All right. So we've got to know the service limits and the cost as well. All right. So for scalability, yeah, we look into auto scaling. We have auto load balancer. We have the scale limit in terms of which one we're going to choose. For example, like auto scaling. Okay, if you want to choose for auto scaling, so that's where we're looking to elasticity, right? So we actually have the virtual machines that we're going to deploy, and we want to make sure that they are highly available and also giving us the performance. And that's where we're looking to auto scaling for virtual machines. And in order to do that, we're going to deploy scale sets. All right, so you can't deploy virtual machine. You can deploy skill sets after virtual machine has been deployed. All right, and a single instance virtual machine has been deployed. We can't create skill sets from that. So you got to create that through virtual machine skill sets. Okay, so if you want to use application service, for example, all right, so it's built into the service. All right, for example, like Azure SQL will have its own scaling options over there. All right, your storages as well. Okay, it has its own scaling options. Right, and things like that. Okay, so we have to look into how do you actually deal with scaling, like for web apps, for example, when you deal with web apps, that depends on your app service plan that you've chosen. All right, your web app itself cannot be scaled, all right, but that depends on whether your app service plan supports the scaling or not. All right, so if it does, then you can do auto scaling. All right, so for load balancer, for example, it's like if you have deployed a virtual machine. All right, so load balancer over here is like your on-prem load balancer. Okay, mainly load balancer over here. There are right now there are kind of 4 types of load balancers. They put them under the load balancer family. So what kind of load balancers do we have? We have the layer 4 load balancers, right? The network load balancers. Then we have the application gateways. All right, so in some ways I don't really see it as a load balancer, but in some other perspective, yeah, it kind of look like a load balancer as well. All right, but yeah, they place it under the load balancer family. All right, so we have the network load balancer, we have the application gateway, we have the traffic manager, we have the front door. All right, so we have 4 load balancers over there. All right, so where do we use those load balancers? For example, if you use the virtual machine, we deploy a virtual machine over here, and you have deployed single instance virtual machines, and you want to load balance your applications, your services within that virtual machine. We'll use the load balancer. We use the network load balancers. All right, so you have 2 types of network load balancers, if you can remember. You have the public load balancer, you have the internal load balancer. All right, so which one are you going to use? Is it going to be internal wise or is it going to be publicly facing? All right, things like that. So the load balancers over here. All right, so there's some applications that actually has their own load balancer, or there's some services has integrated with their own load balancers. All right, so we don't have to deal with that. All right, but anything, just keep in mind, anything got to do with infrastructure wise, or anything which is touching infrastructure wise, well, we've got to deal with our own load balancers. All right, so we're going to deploy an additional component over that. Then, depending on the type of load balancers or the type of services that you deploy, some of it, depending on the SKU number or depending on the pricing tier, you have different scale limit. All right, so they are, for example, like if you're using the standard load balancer, all right, you're given up to like 100, yeah, for 100, 600, okay, sorry, 100, what am I thinking? 100 for basic, all right, but if you're using the standard, it can go up to like 1,000, all right, 1,000 nodes, and you're using some custom image, you can go down to 600 nodes per skill set, all right, so it depends on what kind of device, what kind of pricing tier that we've chosen. Even for the Azure firewall itself, you can actually load balance. It's automatically load balance active in that sense. All right, and if you would choose the standard, okay, you can actually have more being load balanced or more being highly available. All right, so it really comes down to then the skill limit. This is more of an overall, just like that there are some skill limits in terms of if you choose certain services to scale out. All right, so the availability as well. Okay, so virtual machines as a single instance, it has its availability. All right, the app service, it has its own availability. It has some SLA that it has to meet. All right, so Azure will guarantee you some sort of service availability. All right, so for instance, is that if you're looking to the VM on that point in that perspective, so a single instance VM, what sort of SLA do we get? It says that, oh, we've got this SLA 99.9% for a single VM, but that is giving you given in a sense whereby in that particular data center, in that particular host, all right. So as long as nothing wrong with the host itself, All right, you're within the host. Yeah, the host is running fine. Okay, and you have availability onto that. You have an SLA for that virtual machine. But if, let's say, for example, something went wrong with the rack. Yeah, the fault domain. All right, something went wrong with the fault domain. There's no power source going into the rack. There's the physical connectivity to the rack. Something went wrong with that. Okay, you're not covered on that. All right, you're not covered on that sense. All right, you're covered onto the physical host, whereas hosting your virtual machine, if you're looking to a single instance without any availability options at all. All right, but if something went wrong with the rack itself, all right, so you're not covered. So in that case, if you want to be covered in that sense, then you're going to have that availability sets. All right, so anything went wrong with the power source, the cooling, the physical storage going into the rack, for example. All right, if you have availability sets options being selected, then you're covered. So you have a different SLA for that in that sense. All right, so different services would have different SLAs over there. All right. Okay, so determine appropriate compute technologies for microservices. Right, so over here we're looking to choosing an Azure Compute option for microservices. So what are microservices in that sense? Okay, so we're looking to things like your serverless computing. All right, if you have functions, you have logic apps, you have web apps. All right, so those are under the serverless architecture. All right, if you want to do some service orchestrator, you will probably talking about well, there are some virtual machines that they are dealing with, but we don't have to maintain with that virtual. We don't have to maintain that virtual machine. We know that the service we're going to use is going to be relying onto that virtual machine. For example, like the managed instance for SQL, right? For example, your data center domain controller, managed domain controllers, for example, your containers, containers runs on top of a VM. All right, in this case, we want to have some multi-instance containers. We're going to orchestrate them. Well, we talk about service orchestrator. In that case, we're looking into like AKS, for example. All right, so serverless architecture and both service orchestrator, for example, like your AKS, and also your container as well. Those are options for microservices. All right, so we are looking into more of the PaaS environment in that case. Yeah, so some of the things that we've got to give it up, but we're actually taking full advantage, a lot of advantage, leveraging onto the cloud features in that sense. We are taking some leveraging onto their features, leveraging onto their resources, and can take some load off our shoulders not to maintain certain parts of it. All right, so in this case, we're looking to use orchestration. All right, orchestration, containers with orchestration. We have two options over here. We can use the AKS, we can use Service Fabric. So as I mentioned earlier on, AKS is specifically just for orchestrating containers. All right, so combining, if you want to use AKS to orchestrate, let's say, some other components like some web apps, okay, so Azure SQL and things like that, you can orchestrate that using AKS. All right, but you can do that using Service Fabric. So if you have, let's say, a single instance or container, and you have this single instance container with some applications running into it, you want it to be connected to some Azure SQL, some storage, some network, some other applications or some other components and whatnot. All right, so you want to orchestrate all this, combine all together, distribute in a very distributed system. So we use Service Fabric for this. So one is more of a general. Okay, think of it as one is more general. Another one which is very focused on just orchestrating containers. All right, just containers itself, and that's for AKS. All right. So containers, why want to use containers? All right, so containers, it's like eating up the world right now. So a lot of people are like, okay, especially developers, are going to deploy the applications. You're going to use containers. All right, so why container? Because as we've seen what containers can really do, they are actually all very tightly integrated. Okay, you don't have to worry about the operating system running inside and stuff like that. So they are all sharing the operating system from the host. Okay, and one thing is because it's portable, all right, because all the runtimes that you need, the application that you need, everything that you need is all within the container wrap package itself. All right, so you can bring that container from one host to another host, all right, as long as they're running the correct image, okay, which is the operating system at the host site, like everything just runs. You don't have to depend onto the host, onto its runtime, because sometimes, for example, if I have an application deployed, all right, and that application requires to have, let's say, this .NET Framework 4.5, and I'm going to install that application into another host, for example, and that host doesn't have that .NET Framework 4.5. It has some other older version. All right, so in that case, well, maybe it's not going to work so well. It's not going to work so smoothly. Probably it doesn't work at all. All right. So, but if we run into a container, everything's being packaged into a container. All the runtimes that we need, all the applications that we need, everything that we need over here, it's in the container. But the only thing that we need to depend on is the operating system, which is running in the host. Right. So it's just it. Okay, so it's as long as the host is running that operating system, yeah, no problem. Okay, we can actually run that. So that's where we look into agility. It can move them around. Okay, and then density and resource isolation, because it's running container, it's actually by itself. Okay, so at the end of the day, it's that the container is by itself. It's not relying onto other containers in order for it to work. All right, it has its own IP address, its own isolation. All right, it's just like, if this is being deployed into the container and if there's a user using it, from a remote area, probably the user doesn't even know that that application is residing in a container. So that user probably is like, oh, that's a machine there, and I'm going to use it. Okay, so it's totally isolated. All right, so that's the good thing of having containers, and it's fast. All right, it's fast to boot up because it doesn't have to boot the operating system. All right, so in serverless, all right, so why do you want to use serverless? All right, so in cases like, for example, you want to use the web apps. Okay, web apps, for example, like you deploy applications, and remember, web apps needs to run onto a service plan. All right, your app service plan. So you still got to tell Azure saying that, hey, I want to have this sort of a compute resource with this sort of features that has scaling options, and it has some probably some traffic manager inside, and probably, let's say I want to have some features of having the SSL custom domain names, and stuff like that. And I do not want it to be shared with some other infrastructure. All right, I want it to be some dedicated compute services. Right, so yeah, we're going to use serverless, and the reason behind wanting to use serverless is that I want to take the load off from my shoulders, not to maintain the virtual machine. Some infrastructure portion, we don't have to maintain it. But if in my opinion, if you look into in terms like cost savings between, like, well, I can do it with a virtual machine. Why don't I use a virtual machine to do that and deploy, and instead do it onto a web app? Since we've got to define a web app as well. In terms of cost-wise, again, there's not much of a difference over there, in my opinion. All right, because you still got to choose the app service plan. There's a cost to it. All right, and it's kind of similar in terms of cost of using the virtual machine. All right, because when you look into the virtual machine, say, oh, the cost is this, but we haven't added in the features that we want. All right, we need to have, let's say, an additional storage. You're going to add storage price into it. We want to have, let's say, skill sets, for example. All right, so or scaling or availability options. Then we're going to add that in. Okay, and that is going to increase the cost. All right, so when we choose the size of the virtual machine from selecting from the SKU table, all right, you can see that's cost in the right-hand side corner. That is just a very basic cost. It's just a very basic estimation of how much this virtual machine is going to cost you by the end of the month. Okay, it's basic setup. All right, nothing else added into it. But when you start add things into it, you add features into it, you add service into it, cost is going to increase. But that is all being packaged up when we choose the app service plan. So if you were to compare the costs, in my opinion, right, compare the cost between app services and also virtual machine in terms of cost-wise, not much of a difference in that sense. But the advantage is that I don't really need to maintain this virtual machine. I don't have to maintain the operating system. I don't have to maintain updating and patching and things like that. I don't have to maintain the availability of it. All right, I don't really have to worry about that, because all those are going to be dealt with by Azure if I use the app services, for example. Right? So in that case, yep, that's where I'm going to choose that. I'm going to leverage onto the features available on that. I can sleep more soundly at night, put it that way. All right. The functions as well, for example, right? There are lots of functions available in Azure, and it's considered as a serverless option. Right? And I don't have to host my I don't have to build my own functions. I don't have to host my own function code. It's all there. Again, logic apps as well, serverless. All right, it's all there. And so there are a lot of logic apps that is low code, or at least very few codes that needs to be put in. All right, so I can straight away create a logic app in terms of like doing some sort of automation and stuff like that. So I don't have. I could just quickly just spin one up onto a logic app to do some sort of automation or some sort of things, like some sort of event or trigger an event to happen. I can run the logic app straight away without having much of a coding done, for example. All right, and I don't have to do that and host it on my own virtual machine, for example. Yeah, so in this case, yeah, that's where serverless comes in. All right, so recommend a solution for containers. Okay, so when to use the AKS. All right, so when to use this. So we use, oh, shit, I forgot to change my time zone. Sorry, don't worry. Okay, so, just give me a second while I'll quickly change that, because I'll not get myself confused. Still following Malaysian time. Just give me a second. And 10 Sydney. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, got to make sure that I have my time checked. Okay, so in AKS, all right, so remember AKS is orchestrating, allows you to orchestrate your containers and also into a multi-instance environment, like dealing with multiple nodes and so on. All right, so if we deal with the ACI is just a single instance. We don't have to deal with the node. All right, don't have to deal with the node itself. Right, so over here, if we use AKS, what are the features available? Like, for example, all right, so we have the identity and security, because AKS allows you to integrate your Azure AD into your containers. All right, logging and monitoring. You have auto scaling. All right, you can scale your nodes so that it can host. It can have more availability, okay, and performance in terms of hosting your containers within nodes. All right, you have GPU support as well. All right, you can upgrade your node. All right, so you can have a more powerful node in order to actually host your containers. Yeah, you can deal with storage volumes. You can deal with your virtual networks. You can hook it up with some private container registry. Okay, for example, like you can use ACR. All right, so in order to call out the image. Okay, so you have more flexibility when you use AKS in deploying your containers. All right, so that's where you might want to, especially the most important part is that scaling options are there. All right, security options are there, like in AKS as compared to ACI, because ACI, you don't deal with the node. You tell Azure, hey, I just want to deploy a container, all right, and Azure is gonna handle the node part for you. It's gonna handle the virtual machine part for you. All right, so they're going to maintain that for you, but it's going to be just a single instance. All right, you can't actually scale that out. You can't actually make it more highly available. You can't do that, because anyway, that's going to be handled by Azure. All right, so but here AKS gives you more flexibility. All right. So when to use container instance? All right, so as mentioned, is that container instance is, well, the node is going to be handled by Azure. All right, you don't have to provision or manage any VMs for that. Azure's going to deal that for you. You want to deploy a quick application into a container straight away. You want to use container for that. All right, so it's very simple deployment, for example. Okay, so you're going to use a container. All right, so yeah, you can choose. You still have some options to deal with some custom sizes in terms of like how much CPU cores to be applied for this container. All right, you have an option between, you want to provide this container with like 1 CPU core or up to 4 CPU cores, for example. All right, you have a maximum. You can choose between 1 to 4. You still have a bit of like, you can play around with it. In actual container wise, if you deploy it onto your physical environment, you can't do that. All right, but over here in Azure, it allows you. I can still choose your CPU cores and memory and how much you're gonna apply, how much you're gonna provision onto that container. All right, so you still have that option to do that. Okay, you can choose between Linux and Windows containers. Yeah, there are some Linux images available. There's some Windows images available. All right, so you can choose between any of those. All right, but if you want something which is fast and quick, all right, ACI is for it. You want something, but you have less flexibility. If you want something which is more flexible, all right, you're looking to multi-instance in the future, or probably you're using multi-instance right now, that's where AKS comes into the picture. Okay, so bursting from AKS with ACI. All right, so can I actually have, let's say, from ACI stuff, okay, and then, sorry, if I have my ACI, for example, I'm going to put it into AKS. Well, in this case, you got to use the container registry. Okay, for example, in that case, you got to register the images that you have built, okay, and register it with your ACR. ACR is where is a repository of all the images located. Is Azure Container Registry. So that's where all your images are being located. That's where images that includes your operating systems, all being packaged up with your applications and stuff like that. They're all there. Okay, so you're gonna register it with the ACR, and then you can then deploy that using your AKS. So you can see over here is that first of all, you gotta create, you gotta register all your images, okay, whatever they have deployed, okay, and put it into the container registry, okay, and then we go over to the AKS, all right, and then we deploy it using AKS. So when we deploy AKS, I say I'm gonna call the image out from the ACR, okay, and then I'm gonna put it onto this node, and then I'm gonna span it out onto this node, onto these containers in these nodes that I've specified, all right, and that's where you have your ACI now being used in AKS. Okay, so provisioning. So sorry, someone was saying something? So provisioning solutions for Azure compute infrastructure. Okay, so why automate compute provisioning? All right, so why do we automate? So let's say, for example, right now we're looking to the virtual machine. So why want to automate this virtual machine computing, deployment?
Okay.
Okay.
I think
Okay,
someone's
so
not on mute.
Thì cho bọn mình
I think Kendall, you need to put yourself into mute, please.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so why do we automate compute provisioning? So, well, number one, of course, is for faster deployment. All right, it takes time to implement an architecture, all right, and service manually, even though it's a virtual machine, but sometimes it's the weight, right? You're going to deploy this virtual machine, I'm going to deploy this virtual network, I'm going to deploy this storage, I'm going to deploy this and that. Sometimes it's the weight. And when we look into the weight, sometimes, when we send in an instruction and now we're going to hand it over to Azure, Azure's going to process that. How fast Azure is going to do that? That really comes down to how fast Azure is going to do that. You can't get it to work anything faster. Yeah, so we're just gonna wait. And if let's say we've got even though it's just like a virtual machine and things are all virtualized, there are different components that involve, for example. And if we're gonna wait for one after the other, sometimes the wait could be very long. Okay, and in that sense as well, we've got to there's a lot of human interaction, for example. Okay, the more human interaction, the more hands-on that you're gonna deal more interactively, gonna deal with deploying it. Probably more errors comes into the picture. All right, so we want to have faster deployment whereby we can just probably script it out, or probably you want to put it onto a runbook, for example. You want to automate this using some sort of orchestrating tool, okay, so that we can, straight away just deploy it. You can just provision it, okay, just define it, okay, just put it all in place and just let it run, okay, one straight off based on what we've defined previously. Again, that's why we want to automate certain things, okay? So we can use it to automate configurations as well. It's not just automating deployment from scratch. We can automate the configuration, okay, in terms of you want to use templates in this case. In most cases, we're going to use templates. All right, so we, configuration or probably some troubleshooting, okay, anything like that, okay, or even some software testing probably, okay, or some redeployment. All right, you want to use some automation. All right, so in reduced complexity. So things like running scripts like this, okay, all these are JSON scripts, okay, and the good thing is that if we're going to use scripts over here, we can use existing scripts. We've seen that before. We've seen how to extract scripts from existing instances. We can actually get scripts from the Quick Start from Azure Gallery. We can also use scripts that is available in GitHub. All right, so there are a lot of places that you can have scripts. All right, you can download the script, you can probably modify the scripts, okay, and then just deploy it. All right, extensions, right? So VM extensions are basically agents. All right, so for example, if you have your physical machine and you want to install, let's say, the agent to the configure manager agent, for example, the configure manager server, SCCM agent into your machine. So that's an agent, all right? Your SCOM agent, since it's an agent, antivirus services and stuff like that, those are installed as services, all right, into your machine. So over here, when we talk about VM extensions, we are basically talking about those agents and those services that you install on top of a virtual machine. So in many cases, is that when we look into the virtual machine, if it's going to be managed by, let's say, your Azure Defender, okay, your Azure Defender under your ASC, your Azure Security Center, it needs to actually have an extension, even a monitor onto your, you want to monitor your virtual machine, or even in fact some instances that is deployed on the cloud. In this case, your SQL, in fact, your storage. All right, it needs to actually have an extension, but that is on the serverless part. Okay, let's focus on to the infrastructure part. So all those are extensions. Okay, it needs to have an extension. So else, how is Azure going to look into that virtual machine? What's going to be inside? And what's happening in the health of that virtual machine? It has no idea unless install an agent within that virtual machine. All right, so that's what is happening. So that's what they call extensions, basically. All right, so you can deploy extensions, okay, and you can deploy those extensions while scripting it out, okay, or in your templates. All right, so things like DSC, desired state configuration, what is this for? And this is where you're deploying your virtual machine, you're deploying your host, for example, and you want it to be configured exactly the way it's production worthy, right after its implementation. So it's basic. DSC is basically a set of scripts that you have defined, how you're going to configure exactly what are the features that you want it to be configured with, okay, so on and so forth. If, for example, I'm going to deploy, let's say, a Exchange server, all right, I'm going to deploy Exchange server in my virtual machine. Yeah, you have the Exchange online, but let's say I want to have it in the virtual machine, a lift and shift kind of situation, all right, and I want it to be configured exactly as it is right after its deployment. It's production worthy. I don't have to do any additional settings onto it anymore, and that's where it's a set of scripts, PowerShell scripts, basically, okay, that's been compiled together and then deployed right after the virtual machine is done. Run the script in order to actually have the configuration exactly as what the script says. Once it's done, then the virtual machine is up and ready. All right, so that's where DSC comes in. All right, so then you want to automate state configuration. All right, so you deploy. That's where DSC configuration comes in. Okay, so that's where you have to install, you have to put that as an extension. Again, it's part of the extension, and custom script configuration. All right. So you have the ARM templates. Okay, so all the deployments that ARM templates are all in JSON files, and we've seen templates before. We've seen templates can be all in one big bulk. All right, one big piece. You can separate the templates as in this is the variable template, this is the parameter template, this is the structure of the template, okay, but the parameters are not being filled with any sort of actual value, okay, but the value is actually in the parameter template, so that I can change the parameter template. I can reuse the origin template as well, okay, so that I don't have to touch onto the origin template, just change the values onto the parameter and then deploy them together. All right, so you can, it gives a lot of flexibility as well. So again, it is to reduce human errors and allows us to have standardization, right? This is where you can have standardizations over here to standardize the deployment of VMs or virtual networks or storages or anything like that, okay, using templates. All right, so those are the stuff that we've seen, okay, so over here, why certain things are, why we choose certain configuration, or why do we choose certain implementation methods rather than the other. It's not all the time that, when we say that, oh, we're going to deploy a virtual machine is always correct, or we're going to deploy a serverless environment, or even container is always correct. It could be a mixture of all those, but we're going to know what's running behind. Yeah. Okay. So, are there any questions? So, if there are no questions, let's take a short break. Yes.
Sorry, Ivan. Just on the AKS to ACI burst.
Yes, yes.
Would you mind going back to that slide for a
Sure.
second? Just trying to understand. Is that just like an example that you're talking about there to say?
Yes, it's an example actually.
Right. Okay. So it's just like a pattern to say.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Where,
Especially because ACI, you can't scale out ACIs. right? ACS is single instance kind of stuff, but the only way to scale out your container is by using AKS. So you're gonna register your ACI in the container registry, all right, and then you're gonna use AKS to deploy that that image into AKS environment so you can burst it out.
Why, how is that different to like the scaling options for AKS itself?
It is because right now, if you actually deploy something in your ACI, for example, a single instance, right? So now you're gonna register that ACI, okay, as the image into the ACR. All right. So right now, because when you want to deploy a container, you're gonna have an image. All right, regardless of the ACI or AKS, you're gonna have an image. So you're gonna extract the image out, and you're gonna put it in. You're gonna register it with the ACR. So now the image is contained in your ACR, and you're gonna use AKS to now deploy that image that you have registered in ACR, so that you can now scale it out, for example.
So ACR is like the mediator between the two services.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can put it that way. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Okay. All right. So let's take a short break. All right. We'll come back in 20 minutes later. Okay. So we'll come back in at 10:40 a.m. All right. I'll see you guys after the break. All right, so welcome back. And we're going to continue with the next topic. So for John, I'm going to request for you a new promo code because there's nothing much you can do with the current one since you have actually assigned it into your corporate email. I'll try to get a new one for you if I could, but we'll see when will they actually reply me. Yeah, because they're going to probably take a little bit of time. Yeah, thanks for that that print screen. I needed that as well. Yeah, it cannot be reverted. Yeah, once it's actually being assigned onto your new onto your email onto your current email account, that particular promo code cannot be reverted. It cannot be removed from there. So you're probably going to get a new promo code for that.
Ivan,
Yeah.
John is saying he hasn't registered yet, so he can sign out and create a new account. That will work fine. Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, so it's not being, so yeah, you're just gonna sign up from your email. All right, sign up from your email and create. If you have created a new Microsoft account, use that new Microsoft account. Don't use any of existing personal Microsoft account or any of your corporate email. Create a brand new one. Yeah, just sign up from that. All right, if you've not redeemed it, I thought I read that you. Yeah, but I thought I read that you redeemed the code already.
Yeah, so when I've signed out of my Telstra account, logged in with the new lab email address that I created, it says that the code has been used by another user.
Yeah. So in that case, because when I look into this, that you've not confirmed your Microsoft account. So
that's why I thought. That's why I thought, okay, cool, I'm good. I'll log out and log back in. But it's
no. You can't redeem it twice. You can only do it one time.
Yeah, but I thought because I haven't confirmed it with this clicking on confirmed that it hasn't been used. But in fact, it has. Yeah.
No worries. I'll try to get a new one for you, but you've just got to wait for that a little bit while.
Yep. Cheers. Thanks, Ivan.
No worries. Sorry, I got disconnected just now. Okay, so let's continue with the next topic. All right, and on the next topic, module 2, we're looking to design a network solution. All right, and here we're looking to the virtual networks, the virtual networks, network security, and also in the hybrid environment, the hybrid network environment. Okay, so we plan for virtual networks. So how are we going to plan for virtual networks over here? We recommend a solution for network addressing and name resolution. Yeah, how do you choose the appropriate network addressing over here? All right, and how do you deal with the name resolution if we have something on-prem and in the cloud? Like what kind of name resolution that we have in the cloud? Oh, yeah, sorry. Because I got disconnected, I've forgotten to share my screen again. Okay, there you go. Okay, so for virtual networks, oops, sorry, over here, yeah. Okay, so we are in the second module. Okay, and we're going to plan for virtual networks. We're going to recommend a solution for network addressing. We're also going to recommend a solution for network security as well. Okay, so what do we need to put into network security? Where are the positions of the security infrastructure we're going to put in? What kind of security as well we're going to apply onto your environment? Okay, again, we look into why and the reason behind. Okay, and not how, because the how is onto the implementation. Here is going to be the why portion. All right, then we look into the hybrid environment, how to recommend a hybrid network, and also to secure the connectivity between the hybrid network. Okay, so first of all, the planning for the virtual networks. Okay, so now when we plan for virtual networks, if you recall when we do the implementation portion, right, and it's always said that always plan the virtual network before deploying anything else. Yeah, you have your, if you have web apps, you have your storages, you have your whatever, you have your virtual machines that will deploy. Have your networks all done up first, then deal with your other applications or other services on top. Your workloads then comes after. All right, so when we deal with the virtual network, default, if we've not actually done any planning and straight away do the configuration, we'll see that Azure will give us a default class A. Well, it's not default, but it's default configured predefined in Azure using a class A with a /16 IP address. All right, class 16 network address. All right, so that's where they start off with creating the virtual networks. Okay, the address space for your virtual network. So when we design an address space, always remember that is that network address space already being used in any of our environment? If we're extending from the on-prem to the cloud, is that address space already being used? Right? If it's not being used, that's fine. But is it in the same contiguous block? All right, so we've got to think about that as well. All right, so when we design an address space, okay, make sure that number one, the first thing we have to, let me close the screen. Okay, so number one, the first thing to think about is that address space being used, because we want to avoid any overlapping. Yeah, avoid overlapping. Okay. All right, so this is on-prem. This is using, let's say, 10.0.0.0/16, for example. So in the cloud, you do not want to have the same address space. Okay, you do not want to have the same address space to be deployed in the cloud. Okay, you want to avoid that. So even though it works, right? But the problem is that later on when you want to connect both of this networks together, either using your express route or probably even VPN, you find that it's going to be very troublesome. In fact, you can't connect. You got to use some sort of translation, network address translation, in order to translate that again and again and again. So it's troublesome. It's not to say you can't get it done, but troublesome. All right, so we don't want to get that overlapping over here. Another thing that I would suggest is that over here, if you're using a 10.network, all right, so in a cloud, try to use coming from the same block as well. All right. All right. Say, for example, he's using a 10.network over here. You probably want to use, let's say, 10.1. Okay. If you don't want to use a /16, you want to have something smaller, then it's really up to you. Okay. You can have something bigger. Okay. /15 probably, /14, up to you. All right. But we know that by default will be a /8. Okay, based on RFC 1918. Okay, so 1918 is more of the private networks. Yeah, the private addresses. All right. Okay, so assign address spaces, choose from your private addresses, have them to be in the same contiguous block. Of course, you can use a 172. If you look into it, you can use 172.16 to 172.31. All right. Of course, you can use a 192.168. Okay, that works as well. All right, but and it works. The problem is that when you want to do some sort of summarization, you want to summarize your network address space in total. You'll find that you can't summarize a class B and a class C with a class A, right? You have to be within the same contiguous block in order for them to be able to summarize. Okay, so that is for that routing portion, all right, in case you want to summarize that. Okay, so then subnets. Okay, so the subnets has to be configured or has to be defined once you have defined your address space for your VNet. All right, so when you create a VNet, okay, and that's the basis of creating a virtual network in the cloud, you cannot actually have that implemented without having a subnet. So this is address space, yeah. So you have a big address space over here. So you have, let's say, 10.1.0.0/16. So this is going to take a smaller portion. Your subnet is going to take a smaller portion over here. And the size, usually, Azure will just give you starting from /24. That is default given by Azure. All right. So you can change this anytime. or you can change the size of this. Let's say, for example, I don't only use the /24 because I might have a lot of workloads inside this subnet, okay, and you need something more than 254 IP addresses, for example. Okay, so probably want to use the /23 or /22. It's really up to you. Okay, but always keep in mind is that what are we actually putting into the subnet? The subnet is where you're going to put all your workloads, right? You're going to put in your virtual machines over there. You're going to put in your web apps over there, storages and stuff like that. Okay, so it is not like a subnet that we have on-prem. All right, on-prem we have not just servers. You not just have the service providing services. You have all your client machines as well. All right, you have all your users, client machines, all in that subnet too. So you have various subnets over here, and you have a lot of clients over there. And so you need to have a subnet that's able to accommodate all these machines from the client and also from the server side. But in the cloud, we are not going to put in any client machines. Yeah, you got to think about that. We're not going to put in any client machines there. No client machines are going to be there. So we're not going to have a subnet which is going to be very big. All right. /24 usually that's the case. Okay, sometimes you might want to scale it down. All right, probably want to use the /26 or probably /27. Now the smallest subnet mask that you can use in your subnet is a /29. Okay, it's a /29. Why? Because theoretically, okay, this is because of Azure implementation. All right, remember that in your subnet, when you actually assign a host in the subnet, automatically Azure will assign an IP address from the address range in a subnet onto your host, right? So the first 3 IP addresses, okay, the first 3 IP addresses in the subnet will be taken, right? So it's actually, if you're starting from a 10.1.0.0, for example, let's say this subnet is 10.1.0.0/24. So 0.1 is taken by the gateway. 0.2 and 0.3 it's also taken, and this is taken by the DNS. In this case, if you are going to deploy a private DNS, okay, so it's going to be taken up by this 2. All right, sorry, this is 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Taking the first 3 usable IP addresses will be taken up. All right, and the first IP address to be assigned to the host will be the 4th IP address. Okay, until the very last IP address in the range. Okay, so if you're using the 0.0, starting from 0.0, a 0 subnet is going to be easy to look into it. But if let's say you're looking into, say, for example, a /28, make it something bigger, /26, for example. Okay, so you have 64 IP, it's a blocks of 64. Okay, which means that if let's say you're starting with a 10.1.0.64, for example, all right, 64, so which means 65, 66, 67 is taken up. All right, it's already taken up. It's already taken by Azure, and 65, 66, 67. So the first IP address provided to the client is 68, right? So in this case, you're gonna know why am I missing the first 3 IP addresses? Okay, and why /29? Because if you're looking at /29, you have supposedly you have a block of 8, and you have 6 hosts per subnet, where the first 3 IP addresses is taken up. So you have 3 left, 3 usable IP addresses. All right, and that's cool. All right, but in certain cases, if let's say you want to deploy a Azure firewall, yeah, we've seen that before. You want to deploy Azure firewall, you want to deploy Azure gateway, for example, your virtual network gateway. Well, it doesn't take in a /29. It doesn't even take in a /28. All right, for Azure firewall. All right, it doesn't take in a /27. Right, you can only take in a /26 for whatever reason. Well, even though when we deploy a subnet just to place the firewall supports active-active. Automatically, we don't actually have to do anything. The moment you put in an initial firewall into that subnet, right, it's automatically load balancing by itself. Okay, it's automatically active by itself. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about if one of the firewall goes down. Okay, so if let's say I just put 2, and if I have a /29, I still have 1 extra spare or 1 extra IP address over there, but it's just that you can't do it. All right, you can't argue with Azure. Azure says you can't. You know, I'm not going to allow you to do that. So sorry, can't do it. Okay, so it really comes down to the size of the subnet. Comes down to what are you going to put into the subnet. You're going to know the limitation of the subnet, for example, in terms of the address range. Okay, the first 3 IP address is taken. What are we going to employ into it? Yeah, what are you going to deploy into the subnet? Yeah, things like any NVAs, for example. Yeah, especially from the native Azure. Things like the network virtual gateway, virtual network gateway, the firewall, the bastion. All right, so those are native to Azure services. So they have their requirements. Yeah, they have requirements in terms of how big that subnet has to be. All right, so we've got to comply with that. All right. Let me just scrape that off. All right, so your subnets, then your regions. Okay, so we've got to consider the regions as well. Yeah, why? Because, for example, like your VNet peering. Okay, in your VNet peering. So say, hey, I'm gonna connect this to. Can I connect this to VNets which are located in different regions? Yeah, no problem. You can connect them using VNet peering. It's not an issue. But the problem is that if you have anything which is going out of the region, then there will be additional cost implied. Okay, there'll be additional cost into it. All right, and even though VNet is actually going through the private network, the backbone network of Azure, it's not going through any of the internet connection. It's all private connection. All right, but there'll still be some latency. Okay, but still okay. That's fine. You don't see much of a big latency over that, but it's the cost issue. Yeah, most of the cases due to the cost issue. All right, and subscription. All right, so VNet is scoped to a subscription. So we have a VNet created by this subscription. Can I have this VNet on the subscription to communicate with another VNet in the same tenant in a different subscription? Well, no. Yeah, in a way you can't. But if I want to have them to communicate, I still can do it using the VPN method because they are scoped to a subscription. All right. Okay, so in many cases that we use, well, kind of same subscription for most of our resource configuration. Okay, but in certain cases, you might have different subscription involved. Then, well, you have to use, well, there is actually a way to use VNet as well. Okay, but it's not directly available in the portal. All right, so there are ways on how to do that too, to have your VNet communicating it using which is created by different subscriptions. It's just like having a VNet to communicate with a different tenant in that case. Yeah, that can be done. You can have the VNet peering, okay, but it's not direct using the portal. All right. Okay.
I'm sorry, quickly.
Yes.
On the VNet peering where you said across regions there's cost, is that for both egress and ingress?
Just for egress.
Just for egress, okay.
Yes. Okay, so namings and regions. So what are regions? Now, regions are a collection of data centers. All right, so Microsoft has a lot of regions around the world. Right now, they have more than 300. Yeah, more than 300 data centers around the world supporting Azure services. Some of them belongs to Microsoft. Some of them doesn't belong to Microsoft. They work with partners. All right, so that is able to provide that service. Okay, so not everything is owned by them, but the partners will have to comply with or have to meet the specifications of Microsoft in order to provide the service. So how regions are being created are a collection of data centers that have the same specification. Yeah, as we know now already, when we actually do some deployment and stuff like that, there's certain features that are not available in certain regions. All right, so we've got to ensure that those regions that we chose, okay, is the regions that we want to work in. But normally, which region do we choose? All right, normally, which one do we choose? Well, it depends on to where we actually deploy our workload. All right, so let's say I'm based in Malaysia. Let's say I'm gonna start a business, for example, an e-commerce site, but I'm going to target not just Malaysians, or not Malaysians, but I'm going to target people from the Europe. So I'm going to target Europeans, or probably from the US. All right, so I'm going to target people from the US because probably they have better buying power and stuff like that. So I'm going to deploy, let's say, my workload in Europe. Why not put it in Malaysia? All right, what I put in workload? Because number one, the rule of thumb is that it's nearer to them, less latency. All right, maybe it will cost a little bit more. I don't know, maybe it cost a bit less. Okay, but first thing I will think of is that the experience they're going to get when they want to access my service. Yeah, you want to use my service. So I'll put it somewhere near to them. All right, but the second thing I want to think of is that when I choose that region, does it actually have the feature I'm looking for? All right, so most of the data centers, most of the regions will have quite similar right? Quite similar features, quite similar capabilities, right? But some of the smaller details, for example, like the sizes in terms of like the sizes of your virtual machine, or probably the availability sets options. You know, how many availability sets can you be creating? All right, or does it actually have availability zones, for example? All right, in terms of replication options, in terms of you're deploying some sort of storage over there, you know, maybe they're missing one or two. They have it, but they are missing one or two, and the specific one I'm looking for is not there. I'll probably have to choose another region, which is the next closest. All right, so the next thing I have to think, for me, I'll be thinking about is that the features, does it have the features that I have, that I want? In terms of pricing wise, yeah, there's actually a difference between deploying your infrastructure or your workloads in Malaysia, for example, or in this case, Southeast Asia, compared to probably, let's say, in the US regions. Yeah, in most cases, if you look into the US regions, well, it's cheaper. Okay, it's cheaper, but is that the place you're gonna place your workload? All right, because at the end of the day, is that if I'm going to place something, my workload in a place where it's cheaper, but latency-wise, performance-wise, okay, it's not as good. All right, and it requires my workload to run longer. So which means that I need to let it run longer with longer running hours, and it's going to cost me more. Right, so when I add up to it, it's about the same, or probably it's going to cost me more. All right, so in that case, it might not be a good idea just to look into the pricing alone. All right, so you have to think about, you know, so is this the correct place? And I'm going to deploy my workload. All right, okay, so okay, so lowest latency. Okay, and another thing, of course, we have to think about is the compliance, the sovereignty. Yeah, so again, based in Malaysia, I'm based in Malaysia. If I'm going to deploy something in Europe, for example, I'm going to deploy, doesn't necessarily have to be a virtual machine. It could be a web app, a container, or storage. Right, it has to comply with the local compliance of that region. Okay, it has to comply to that region's compliance regulations. Right, so is my business that I'm running able to accommodate that? Okay, something like this. Yeah, so you could think about that too. Right, segmentations. All right, so we create multiple virtual networks, all right, per region. So why want to create multiple networks, for example? Why can't we actually have everything in the same virtual network? Because we can deploy multiple subnets anyway, right? We can do a lot of subnets. Creating of virtual networks and subnets, they are not chargeable. Okay, they are free. It's just that the transactions which is happening in between, especially if you're going egress, all right, out of the region, that's the part that's going to charge. And it really depends on where are we sending the information to. All right, it's just like you make an international call, the price of each call you make depends on which country you're calling, right? So over here is the same as well. Yeah, so within the same VNet, right, within the same region, okay, within the same region, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right, in fact, it's free. But if you're going out of the region, that's the part that you have to pay. All right, so you can create as many VNets as you want. And again, the difference is that if I have, let's say, one VNet, okay, let's say, well, basically it's for control management, and you can think about it as a security. So you have one tenant, and I have, let's say, one VNet over here. And in this VNet, I can have a lot of subnets, right? So cool, you have a lot of subnets over here. So which means they're kind of isolated in a way. But remember, when we deploy subnets within a VNet, all these subnets are able to communicate with one another. Yeah, remember your system routes? Okay, so system route is already established. Think of it as that the routing configuration is already done by Azure. All right, it's already done inside. And if you have, let's say, a virtual machines, or have virtual machine in each of these VNet, without doing any additional configuration for routing, they are able to communicate with each other. Okay, so even though they are kind of separated in a VNet, all right, because they're in a subnet. So if I deploy a different VNet, for example, okay, deploy a different VNet, and I have, let's say, some subnets within. Now, of course, the subnets over here are able to communicate, but they cannot communicate with any other subnets from a different VNet until the point that we do VNet peering, right? Okay, now once the VNet peering is established, guess what? Automatically, like Harry Potter, just flick off the magic wand, everyone can communicate. All right, the subnets over here can talk to all the subnets and vice versa. All right, but in the VNet configuration, if you recall that, remember the VNet configuration, they are individual links, which means that if I have here VNet 1 and here VNet 2, all right, this link, okay, this link is between, let's say, 1 and 2, is 1 to 2. This link is between 1 to 2. And you need to have another link, okay, from 2 to 1. Okay, so it's a separate link. So I can actually mention onto this link, or I can configure this link to not allow any forwarded traffic, or not allow any traffic coming from, let's say this is from 2 to 1, right? So 2 to 1. So I can configure this link not to actually allow any traffic to be forwarded from VNet 2 to VNet 1. So it's just one-way communication where 1 is able to talk to 2, but 2 can't reply to 1, because even though the traffic has, or the packet has reached VNet 2, but when 2 wants to reply, once you have that reciprocal communication, it's not able to do so, because that's, even though the link is there, but it's going to deny, it's going to discard all this traffic when it's trying to go back. All right, because you can also configure it not to allow any traffic to be forwarded from 2 to 1. All right, so you have that sort of control over that. All right, but of course, in many cases, and by default, the configuration is that, you know, both sides can communicate, all right, with each other. All right, both sides can communicate. All right, so in what kind of scenario? The question is that what kind of scenario that we want to block that forwarded traffic, you know, to come back. All right, we want to block this forwarded traffic from 2 to 1. Now, that's where we're going to use things like UDR. Yeah, user-defined route. Okay, so how is that going to work? Now we know that when we actually establish this link over here, okay, well, anyway, it's going to be created for you anyway. It's just that, do you want it to be coming, do you want the traffic to come back to you, right? If you're coming from VNet 1. So let's say, for example, I have another VNet over here, okay, and I establish a peering. Okay, so imagine that there's 2 links over here, 2 network peers over here. Okay, and then this comes back over here. All right, so if I want to block this, maybe I would want to have my traffic to return back to VNet 1 through VNet 3, for instance. But I want to do that, probably there's some sort of traffic filtering mechanism that I want the traffic to go through before it comes back to my VNet 1. I don't know, it could be anything. All right, so it really comes down to what you want to do. All right, so you have a choice to do that. But if you have everything within a single VNet, well, you still can get it to work. Okay, it's just that right now, okay, is that everyone is by default interconnected to each other. Okay, it just gives you a little bit more flexibility or a little more control if you separate them in different VNets. Okay, because you can configure it to have the link not to forward back the traffic, back to its source. Okay, so you have an option over here. All right, then you have, okay, just let me script that off. Yeah, each subnet needs to have its unique address range, so we've seen that already. Okay, so the subnet comes from the address space that you've defined on the VNet. All right, and it takes a space, it takes a range from that address space. So just make sure that when you actually define your subnets, okay, so you can apply your CIDR, well, you're going to apply CIDR format, but in terms of method of applying the address range, you can use VLSM, all right, variable length subnet mask. Okay, so which means that you can subnet within the subnet. So because by default, Azure is going to give you starting with /24. You can use the /26, you can use /25, up to you. So if let's say you use /24, it doesn't mean that all the subnets in that particular VNet has to be using /24. That's going to be typical, right? Sometimes you want to have let's say this subnet, I want to make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so probably I use a /27. Okay, so when I use a /27, okay, you're going to make sure that, oh, okay, when I'm going to create the next subnet, okay, it's not going to overlap with this or this. All right, okay, so my take usually will be, I'll always plan this beforehand. Okay, I always have the bigger subnets being created first, then I go down to the smaller subnets. All right, from bigger ones to smaller ones. All right, so that will be my deployment most of the time. All right, so say for example, I'm using a /24. Okay, from the first subnet number 1. Okay, second, so in this case, say for, sorry, number 1. So let's say this is 10.0.0.0/24. So obviously, if I'm going to create the next subnet, it's going to be 10.0.1.0. Yeah, for subnet number 2. Okay, so if let's say for subnet number 2, I'm going to use a /28, for example. Okay, so yeah, I can use 10.0.1.0. Okay, but if let's say I'm going to create another subnet. Okay, I'm going to create another subnet, and I'm going to use a /24 again. So since a /28 is between 1 to 16, right? So my next subnet ID will be 10.0.1.16. I can't use this for /24, right? I can't use this for /24 because this is going to take up 254 IP addresses per subnet. Okay, so in this case, I've got to start with a 10.0.2.0. All right, because it doesn't take 1.16 in that case. 1.16 is an IP address if I use the /24. Okay, and if you do that, it tells you that you're going through, you have some sort of overlapping in that case. All right, so it's not allowed. So you're going to start with 2.0. And what's going to be in between? Well, in between, you have like 1.16, okay, and then if you're going to continue the /28, you have 1.32 and so on and so forth. All right, so you have that gap in between right now. So it's either that you fill that gap with smaller subnets or the same subnet as /28. All right, to fill that gap, or you want to use a /27, for instance. You still could do it, but again, you're creating a little bit more gaps. A little more gaps in between. Okay, so you got to be careful when you actually define your subnet addresses. Okay, because again, you do not want to go through some sort of overlap. Okay, which maybe not in the same same VNet. Probably you've created a different VNet and you didn't realize that you're using the same address range. All right, that could be a problem. Okay, when you're trying to connect those kind of VNets together. Okay, so you can override the default routing. The default routing is the system routes. Okay, so to override the default routing is when we use the user-defined routes. Okay, and that's where we can kind of manipulate the path of the direction of the traffic flow. Okay, you can manipulate that. Yeah, that's what I've explained early on. You want to go through this way instead. All right, going through this way to come back to the source instead of like going this way directly. Okay, so you can manipulate it using your default route. So in order to create your default routes, you're going to create your user-defined routes. User-defined routes basically are just static routes. Right, if you take a look into it, it's basically creating static routes. Okay, and you've got to assign that routing table onto the subnet. Okay, it's assigned onto the subnet. It's not assigned onto your VNet. It's assigned to the subnet. All right, so you can always reuse the same routing table onto different subnets as well. Okay, for instance, just take this out. Okay, for instance, I have, let's say, 2 subnets over here. Okay, I've got 2 subnets over here. And over here, I have, let's say, another subnet or probably a different VNet. Okay, it could be either one, doesn't really matter. Okay, let's say I have a subnet. Let's put it into the subnet over here. Okay, and over here, I have, let's say, the internet or maybe another virtual network or probably another destination I want to go. All right, so when I configure my routing table, okay, so I can create a routing table, and the routing table says it's to the internet. Okay, the entry is to create a network to this guy, the internet, a route to the internet. Okay, so the internet. So it's going to be 0.0.0.0/0, and the next hop. I'm going to define the next hop, right? What's the next hop over here? Okay, so let's say it has to go through, instead of like having those and using the default routes, okay, or the default routing, in this case, the system route, all these subnets are connected to the internet directly. I want it to go through this subnet, All right, and this subnet actually has, let's say, an NVA within. Yeah, we've done that. We've done that before in our previous class. All right, let's say if NVA and it has a specific IP address, for example, like 10.1.1.1 example. Oh, sorry, it's not .1, it's .4, maybe .5, .6, or 7. Okay, so I would specify 10.1.1.4, the IP address, as the next hop. So is this entry is configured onto this routing table, and I can apply this routing table onto both of this subnet. All right, it doesn't mean that when I actually create a routing table and apply it onto this subnet, and it's only for this subnet to use. All right, it's not exclusive just for this subnet. So it can be used onto both of these. So it's kind of like saving now. It's kind of like allowing me to be a bit lazy. I just do it one time and apply it to both these subnet. And it's telling this subnet is that you want to go to the internet, please go through this guy first before you go to the internet. All right, this is going to be a next hop to reach the internet, for example. All right, so it's kind of allowing me to actually do a bit of shortcut over here instead of creating too many routing tables. All right. Okay, so each network security group contains rules. Okay, your NSGs. So NSGs, they are your layer 4 traffic filtering mechanism. All right, so NSGs can be applied onto your onto the subnet level or onto the interface level. All right, so you apply it over there. So if you apply onto the subnet level, what's going to happen? All right, and you apply onto the interface level, what's going to happen? All right, but what if you have, let's say, you apply an NSG onto the subnet and as well onto the interface of your host? What's gonna happen? All right, so you apply NSG, okay, onto your subnet, and at the same time you apply NSG onto your host. Okay, what's gonna happen? All right, is that even doable? Yes, it's definitely doable. Okay, but what's gonna happen over here? All right, so you're gonna know what happens over here. So we're gonna make sure that either you check the effective rules. Okay, so under your network watcher, there's something called the effective rules. All right, or you could also check onto. You can also look into it manually. Whereby always remember, if let's say you have like two conditions which are the same conditions over here on both of the interface level and the subnet level, the same conditions, but you have to make sure that they are allow on both sides to allow the traffic to come in. All right. If let's say over here you have, let's say, I'm going to take an example. Let's say 3389 going ingress, yeah, going inbound is this part over here. It's deny. Over here 3389, it's allow. Okay, so in this case, when the traffic is going into this machine, it's still going to be denied. All right, because you have one deny over here. This guy's allow. All right, so you have a deny. So if you have it vice versa, if you have this allow and this part deny, it's still going to be denied. All right, you're going to make sure that both sides allow and allow. Then you have this allowed. All right. Okay. So if you have, let's say, both ends, okay, on the subnet level and also on the interface level. All right, just keep in mind that at the end of the day, when you actually deploy an NSG, it's going to be affecting, it's going to be the configuration itself is going to be applied onto the interface at the end of the day, right? It's not going to be like sitting onto the subnet and where is it going to be applied to? Because it's going to be applied onto your interface. All right, so when it comes to the interface, is that now we've got these two rules merging. All right, merging onto this interface, then it's going to decide that is it going to be allow or deny? Because now you say it's allow over here, this guy says deny. I've got to choose one, and in most cases it has to choose something which is more conservative. In security wise, it's always choosing something more conservative, right? So it says, oh, you're allowed, I'm denied, I'm going to be denied. If I'm allowed but you're denied over here, I'm still going to be denied. All right, so if you have allow, then you have allow. All right. Okay, so NSG. Layer 4 traffic filtering mechanism, all right, is stateless. All right, think of it as just like a firewall, but it's a stateless firewall there. All right, so that will be within your VNet environment. Okay, now let's talk about the connectivity. Okay, let's talk about peering. All right, so you can actually, by default, okay, you can actually have your VNets to be connected in the same VNet. Okay. Sorry, in the same tenant, all right, in the same tenant, in the same region, okay. different regions as well. So basically, there are two types of peering. Okay, that's the regional. Okay, and that's a global. Okay, that's a regional VNet peering, and that's a global VNet peering. So global, it's between different regions. Regional is within the same region. Okay, so virtual networks can also be VNet peering can also be configured in the same or different Azure subscriptions as well. Okay, can be done. Okay, but not, like I said, it's not directly from the portal. Okay, but it can be done. I mean, portal in the sense that using GUI. Okay, so you got to use the PowerShells to do that. All right, so it's still doable. All right, then you have the option of using the VPN gateway. All right, so you got to deploy a virtual network gateway. Okay, a virtual network gateway, and here you can choose to have it to be configured as a VPN or an express route. Right? Okay, you can choose it to be configured as a VPN or express route. So when you deploy a virtual network gateway, you can choose it to work as either one. You cannot have the same virtual network gateway as both VPN gateway and also the express route. And another thing is that when we configure the virtual network gateway, if you want to configure as a VPN, all right, you're going to make sure that it's in its own subnet, and express route has its own subnet as well. Yeah. So if you're in, let's say, a virtual network, you're going to have a subnet for your VPN. If you want to deploy VPN, if you want to have express route, create another subnet, okay, and then use it as an express route. Okay, so if you configure it as a VPN, okay, it supports active passive and active active. All right, so depending on during the configuration of the virtual network gateway, which one do you opt to use? If you use active active, all right, so it will allow that fail over if one of your NVAs over here go down. All right. If you use active passive, then you've got to manually switch over. All right. So you've got to do that manually. Okay. So the VPN supports IKE. Okay. Tunneling, IPsec tunneling using IKE, IKE version 2, version 1. All right. So the version 1 is more of to support the legacy ones. Okay. So if you have, really depends on to your on-prem. Okay, on the on-prem VPN gateway, what is supported over here? If it doesn't support IKE, too bad. All right, if this is support IKE, then you probably gotta consider to change this. Okay, but if it does support, because most of the VPN gateways do support the major brands that supports IKE, it's just that is it version 1 or version 2. All right, so is it version 1 or version 2? As much as we could, we'll try to stick with version 2 because version 2 is route-based. Makes our life much easier. All right, version 1 only supports PBR, all right, policy-based routing. So policy-based routing doesn't use any routing table to forward the traffic. Okay? It's based on you creating a rule or condition, more like an access list, okay, to forward the traffic based on that access list configuration. All right, so that's PBR. So the problem with PBR is that it's not dynamic enough. All right, so if there are changes in your routes, for example, if there are changes in your connection, you've got to recreate that list, that access list. Okay, so it's a bit troublesome in that sense in terms of maintenance. Okay, but it still works if, let's say, your on-prem gateway or your on-prem VPN gateway only supports IKE version 2. Sorry, version 1. Yeah, but as much as we could, we try to use version 2 in that case. All right. Express route, it doesn't go through. If we were to choose between the VPN and express route, okay, as much as we could, we would use express route. Okay, reason being is that it provides you with higher bandwidth, up to 10 gigabits per second. Okay, number one, that's number one. Okay, number two is that it goes through a private network. Okay, so private network, which means that Microsoft works with a partnering provider, okay, and provide you with a private connection to your on-prem environment. Okay, so it's just like you trying to connect to your other branches, and you're trying to create a private WAN connection. Yeah, a Metro E, for example, or running MPLS and things like that. Okay, so it's going through a private network. Okay, even though it's going through the WAN, but it's actually a private WAN. All right, so it doesn't go through, it doesn't touch or traverse to the internet. Whereas for the VPN, it goes through the internet. Okay, it goes through the internet. Okay, and it is encrypted. Okay, it is encrypted, but the thing is that it goes through internet, and the bandwidth, it goes up to 1 gigabit per second. Okay, it goes up to 1 gigabit per second. So if it's as much as we could, we try to use ExpressRoute. The other side of ExpressRoute, on the flip side, is that the ExpressRoute, it's to connect your on-premise to a Microsoft data center only. Which means that you can use ExpressRoute to connect to Azure. You can use ExpressRoute to connect to Office 365 in a sense. But sorry, there's some background noise on that. Okay. All right. So, but if you're connecting to, let's say, AWS and something else, you can't. Okay. Now, having said so, let's say, for example, if I have Azure over here, this is Azure. Okay, and I have AWS over here, or probably GCP or something like that. And I have, let's say, a bunch of virtual machines, and I have, let's say my data center. Okay, and over here, I'm deploying everything as a virtual machine. Okay, I deploy my own virtual network gateway and whatnot. Okay, I treat this as if it's like a Microsoft data center, which is located in, hosted in AWS. In that sense, I still could use ExpressRoute. Okay, that still could be done because it's like treating this just like an on-prem environment. Okay, so it's not using anything like the native VPN gateway or and that sort, which is coming from AWS. Okay, so in that sense, it works. Okay, it's okay. Okay, but if you're leveraging onto your AWS gateways and stuff like that, all right, so then ExpressRoute is not going to work there. Okay, so it has to be treated as if it's like, this is actually like an on-prem environment. Okay, so this is because ExpressRoute is proprietary, okay, for Microsoft. All right, else you have the adoption of using VPN. Okay, so the name resolution, okay, in terms of name resolution over here. All right, so Azure actually has two offerings, okay, in terms of this part of PaaS. Okay, Azure has built-in DNS. It has the public and it has the private. Okay, it has the public and it's a private. So if you use the public DNS, so it's just like using a public DNS, or in this case, Azure DNS to call it. All right, Azure DNS, it's just like using an external DNS that you have in the internet or probably a hosting somewhere, okay, or probably from a hosting provider. So anything that you place within, all right, any domain names or FQDNs that you place within, it has to be unique. Unique in the sense that no one else, not just within your organization, is in Azure DNS itself, which is also being used by other customers. Okay, so the entries that you put inside has to be unique. All right, so no one else has to be using anything of those which is configured inside Azure DNS in the public side. All right, another thing is that you've got to have that name being registered with the registrar. Okay, so then internally in your virtual network, in your internal virtual network, if you want to have a DNS, you can have the private zone DNS. Okay, in that sense that it's your internal DNS, you don't have to maintain it, you just have to maintain the records inside, and you don't need to have any of the names inside to be registered because it's probably used. It's just like your internal DNS in your on-prem environment. Okay, so when you have names like this, so say for example, now I have where's my pen? Okay, I have my virtual network. Okay, and I have, let's say, a subnet over here. I have a private DNS. Okay, so when this DNS is actually deployed, okay, the private DNS, it does actually have a private IP address. Okay, and I put names into it. I put some records into this private DNS. Okay, and I can actually use this DNS to resolve names for other virtual networks or other VNets within my environment. Okay, so if I have another virtual network over here, just make sure that they're paired. Okay, and I have, let's say, a virtual machine in this subnet. I just have to point my IP address for a DNS IP address to point it to this guy. Okay, to have it resolved. All right, so you use it just like a DNS server that you have on-prem internally. All right, so you want to have that DNS resolving names into IP addresses. You just point your virtual machine's IP address, DNS IP address towards this IP address of this DNS deploy here. All right. Okay, so permissions and policy. All right, so permissions and policy, that's where assign scopes, hierarchy management, subscription. Okay, we talk about this, management groups, subscription, resource groups, individual resource. All right, so we'll talk about this, the permission over here. We're talking about RBAC. All right, so in many cases is that when you actually deploy RBAC, we start from a resource group. Okay, so let's say I have a resource group. Okay, and I start to put in resources within. All right, and I start to configure RBAC. Okay, so the RBAC is where I assign a group. Okay, the group could be coming from the Azure AD. All right, so I assign that group to have, let's say, a contributor role in this resource group. Okay, and what happens is that all these resources that they can access, they will have this contributor role. So which means as a contributor, it's like a modified control, it's like a modified permission. You can configure, you can edit, all right? You can, well, if you want to customize, you can not allow them to delete if you want to do that, okay? But you can do most of the stuff is like a modified control, all right? So that's where you allow that permission, you configure the permission over there. Okay, so configuring the RBAC, you need to have three things. Okay, first of all, you need to have your service principal. Okay, which is your either the user or your group. Okay, you can also assign managed identities as well. All right, so you have to register that particular resource into Azure AD and becomes a managed identity. You can also assign managed identity. Okay, so basically is who are the people that you want to assign that permission, and of course then the role, which is the permission, and next is onto the resource. Okay, which resource are we configuring this permissions? All right. Okay, so there we go. You actually have that. Okay, so it works to work with Azure Virtual Network. So all these are the resources within the resource group. Okay, now then you have policies. Okay, so what is policy? Now policy is more for compliance. All right, so it's actually more for compliance purposes. Okay, so policy is when is our configuration meeting these policies compliance or these policies requirements, for example? Okay, that's what policy does. Policy does not affect the usability of that resource if that resource has been deployed before the policy is implemented. Yeah, for example, okay, I could create a policy. Oops. Okay, I could create a policy and apply it onto the scope. So the scope could be a subscription, okay, or the resource group. Okay, I can apply my policy at the subscription level, so which means that it's going to affect onto any of the resources created by the subscription, regardless of whatever resource group, or I can apply a policy at the resource group level. So it could be coming from whatever subscription, but it's applied onto this resource group level. So only resources within this resource group. Okay, only things that is just within this resource group itself is coming from a same subscription, for example, but in a different resource group, this policy will not be applied. All right, so this is the scope. All right, so if let's say I've not deployed any policy yet. I created a resource in this resource group, and it has, let's say, for example, a virtual machine with a specific SKU, okay, which is a very high SKU kind of virtual machine. Then after I now implement or assign a policy, okay, let's say onto this subscription, and it says that, let's say this is SKU HPC, for example, okay. And the policy over here is that nobody can actually create any virtual machines using the HPC. Okay, so I deploy a policy. Now, what's going to happen to this virtual machine? Is it still usable? Yes, it's still usable. All right, it's not going to affect the policy. It's not going to affect onto the usability of the resource itself. Okay, but when during a scan, using this policy, we can always trigger a scan manually. All right, you can use the in the PowerShell, you can use the start dash AZ policy scan compliance compliance scan command. All right, and it's going to do a scan onto your environment. All right, based on the policy that we have deployed or assigned. All right, so this scan compliance will tell that, oh, we've got some resources which are not compliant. It's just giving you a report saying that, oh, we've got this resource which is not compliant, that resource is not compliant. But are those resources still functioning? Yes, they are very much functioning. Okay, it's just telling you that it's not compliant. But if I'm going to deploy a new resource and it's going against this policy settings, then I'm not allowed. Okay, so in that sense, it will only affect onto new deployment or new deployment onto resource. Yeah, if it's not according to the compliance settings or the policy settings, it will be denied. But if it is compliant to it, then it allows. For those that has already been deployed but it's not compliant, it will just give you a report or tell you that, well, this resource is not compliant. Okay, so yeah, so policies can be configured, okay, into initiative definitions. Okay, initiative. So you could have multiple policies. All right, you have policy number 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can put it into initiative definition and deploy this initiative onto, again, a subscription level or onto your resource group level. All right, you can also deploy or you can assign individual policies as well. All right, that works as well. Okay, so depending on which you want. So over here in Azure Policy, there are like tons of policies built in. There are quite a number of compliance policies as well. All right, because knowing that it's actually operating in the cloud, Azure actually has prepared or defined policies based on ISO, based on HIPAA, based on GDPR, based on various compliance onto industry and also onto locations as well. All right, so if your environment requires to actually have is actually operating in certain areas, for example, and it needs to meet this sort of policy requirements or compliance requirements, you can straight away just assign that policy onto those resources, for example, okay, that requires to use those kind of policy settings or compliance settings. All right. Of course, you can create your customized policies as well. Okay. So those are policies are. Let me just erase all this. Okay, so recommend a solution for network addressing and name resolution. Okay, so we've seen that. Okay, we've seen that already. I've explained quite a lot from that between the VMs in the same subnet or in the same VNet, yeah, or cloud service role instance. All right, so you want to use a private zone for name resolution. All right, between VNets in different VNets. Okay, again, we use the same private zone. You don't need to use a public Azure DNS. Okay, in this case, it's actually public. All right. Right, so there's an example over here, on-prem computer and so this name resolution, still is name resolution. You have an on-prem computer and service name from VMs or role instance in Azure. Okay, so you can configure customer managed DNS. All right, so which means that, well, you can actually deploy your own DNS on-prem, okay, and it can point, because as long as you have your virtual network in the cloud, and this is your on-prem, okay, so either you have created a VPN or express route. So in this case, this is still going to be a private connection. So you can still actually have this, okay, deploy your own DNS. You have existing DNS over here. You can use this. You don't have to deploy an additional DNS over here. Okay, so the solution over here is customer managed DNS. Okay, you can use the existing one. Okay, and have your VM to point to this DNS. All right, if you want that, so you don't have to have an additional resource created. All right. So a reverse DNS for internal IP. Okay, so what do you mean by reverse DNS? Okay, this is where we want to have the reverse lookup, right? Because by default DNS does what we call a forward lookup. All right, forward lookup is resolving name to IP. Okay, name to IP. All right. So why you need to have the forward lookup? Because your applications, your operating systems, your machine runs with IP addresses. Okay, it runs with IP addresses, so it needs to have the IP address to reach the destination. All right, but us humans are not too good with numbers, all right? Unless it's counting money. And that too, sometimes, we kind of slack into that. Right, but yeah, we're not too good in remembering numbers. I'm not too sure with you, but for me, like nowadays, remembering phone numbers is like, I'm just so bad in it. All right, so if I lose my phone, I'm dead. If I lose my mobile phone and all my numbers are actually stored within it, I can't remember any numbers. All right, so not too good in remembering numbers, but it's better in remembering names. So that's where we need to have the DNS. So that's where it's resolving, because when our machine, has our input of typing in www.facebook.com, for example, so it needs to resolve that FQDN into IP address, so that you can refer to the DNS. So that process is actually called the forward lookup. But in certain cases that we want to have the reverse lookup as well. We want to resolve name back into IP address. Okay, so it needs to have a pointer record inside, a PDR record. All right, so and default is actually not configured. All right, default in most DNSs are not configured with the reverse lookup. So you're going to enable that reverse lookup configuration, where you're going to default create a pointer record that refers the IP address back into this FQDN. Okay? But it needs to actually have a forward lookup environment first. Okay, so that's where reverse DNS comes in. Yeah, resolving IP address back to name. Yeah, so it's not compulsory. Okay, it's not compulsory. It's just something just good to have. Sometimes you have an IP address over here and say, who's this IP address belong to? All right, so I go over to the DNS and I do a reverse lookup. Basically, it's just type NS lookup and the IP address. It resolves it back into its name. All right, so that's where reverse lookup comes in. Okay, then name resolution. Okay, still with Azure provided name resolution. So that's where you have the DNS. Okay, the Azure DNS. You have the private zone. You have the public zone. Or you have the customer DNS, okay? And as long as we're pointing to the DNS, we're actually getting the authoritative response, yeah? Which means that if that DNS actually is hosting that domain name or that FQDN, for example, and we are requesting from that particular DNS, we're getting an authoritative response or reply. All right, so if it has to be forwarding to a different DNS, to get the answer resolved, then we're getting a non-authoritative response over here. Okay, so deploying the deploying the DNS, okay, deploying DNS configuration, either public, private, okay, or configuration on your machine can be done using the ARM deployment, okay, which means that you can use templates as well, right? Okay, so but using the ARM deployment, well, you can't use the FQDN, all right? The template itself doesn't take in, in case configuring, okay, the template with a DNS IP address. No, it doesn't take that in because it's just a JSON file. Okay, so basically name resolution using customer provided DNS server. This is an example. All right, so over here, okay, we have the on-premise environment. Okay, the on-premise environment. So you have your own DNS, your own internal DNS. All right, and over here we have the VNets. Okay, we have VNets over here. And over here you can see that these two VNets, VNet 1, VNet 2, they have a S2S over here, which means it's running with a VPN. Okay, not something which is very common because usually we have VNets to VNets, and you can see that they are most likely coming from the same tenant. Okay, but in this case, they're using a VPN, a customized VPN for this. All right, so yeah, that could be done. Okay, but again, remember why you want to do this. Okay, the question is that why you want to do this. All right, you have VNet peering for this, to do this. But why you want to do this to use the VPN? Because VPN will be using will be going through the internet, right? It goes through the internet. Okay, and you've got to configure that VPN gateway, which means that you have additional thing to pay for. All right, and the bandwidth is like up to 1 gigabit per second bandwidth maximum, depending on to the size of your VPN gateway that you have subscribed for or you have configured. All right, but anyway, okay, so you have your private DNS. Okay, so the private DNS has a private IP address. Okay, you can see that there's also another IP address over here. So this is the the public DNS IP address. Okay, this is the public DNS IP address. So your public DNS actually has 4 servers. This is one of the IP addresses actually. All right, so there are 4 name servers for a public DNS server. Okay, so this is just one of those. All right, so as long as you actually have let's say this is express route here, this is express route configured over here. You can have those traffic being forwarded. For example, like this guy is not able to resolve some names into IP addresses. You can actually forward this into this DNS as long as they're connected like this. Forward this to this traffic to this DNS. This DNS doesn't have the information. You can forward it to this guy. You can forward it to that guy. And let's say it's going to reply the information to, let's say, a user or something like that. Then you have a non-authoritative result. Okay, depending on where did you request for that name to be resolved. Okay, so if let's say the address or that particular record is over here, and this VM is actually requesting this DNS to resolve name to IP address, you get an authoritative reply. But if let's say that information is not here, but since this guy, this DNS actually forwarded that request or that query to this DNS server to get it resolved and replies it to this DNS server and send it back into the client, you get a non-authoritative reply. All right, so this is a recursive query, and over here is an iterative query. Okay, all right, so basically, all in all, to make it simple, basically you treat this DNSs over here or this DNS over here just like your DNS that you have on-prem. Okay, how you use it is just like any other DNS that you have on-prem. The only difference is that this DNS over here, you don't have to maintain the VM. Yay! All right, it is a service which is maintained, which is fully maintained by Azure. You just got to maintain the records inside. Okay, your own records. Okay. All right, so recommended solutions for network security. Okay, so security focuses on this. We're going to look into these areas: the traffic flow between applications and the internet, among the applications, in this case, the workloads, all right, and traffic flow between users and applications. All right, we're going to focus into these three areas. All right, so over here will be based on again, the topology and also what kind of applications, for example, okay, how your VNets are being connected or being configured. All right, where are they being connected to? For example, probably to your on-prem environment or probably to another VNet in the same tenant. Okay, so it comes down onto the connectivity. All right, and then how we're going to secure that. All right, then where are the applications located? All right, and then how are your users from where? It could be on-prem user, it could be user in the cloud. Okay, accessing the application again from where is the application located? Is it on-prem or is it in the cloud? All right, so there are a lot of variables that we have to look at first. Okay, so for example, so you have let's say site number 1, site number 2. Okay, site number 1, site number 2. So over here you might actually have a load balancer, network load balancer. It could be coming from the same virtual network or different virtual network. Okay, but when we look into this, for example, okay, in this kind of situation, the first thing that comes in mind, okay, is that all of these are happening within the same region. Yeah, why? How do you know that? Because when we look into the WAF, Web Application Firewall, it only works within the same region. Okay, it can only connect to your backend, which are all in the same region. It's not out of the region. Okay, it could be coming from a different subnet or a different virtual network. It doesn't really matter. Okay, but as long as in the same region. All right. So what does a WAF do? Okay, so it helps you it protects your application, your web apps at the backend over here, or any of your application against attacks like cross-site scripting. All right, against SQL injection. Okay, that's the two main things that it does. All right. Well, does it support a DDoS attack as well? Yeah, it does too. But DDoS, okay, can be applied onto your subnet, in this case, onto your virtual network, onto a virtual network and the virtual network. So DDoS is already there by default. Okay, even if you don't want it, DDoS is already there. Okay, because you have two tiers in DDoS. Okay, you have two tiers there. You have the basic, which is free. Okay, and you have the standard. Okay, that comes with some additional features. All right, so it's already there. All right, so in this case, okay, you have your WAF. Okay, your WAF it comes together with your layer 7 load balancer. In this case, your application gateway. All right, so load balancer over here doesn't work with it's not your network load balancer. Okay, that's layer 4. So you can have your front door as well. Okay, but if you look into front door, okay, so your front door will be inter-region. Okay, it could be different regions. Okay, if you're looking to application gateway, it's in the same region. All right, and they have to be internet publicly facing. So yes, can I actually have the WAF deployed onto the front door as well? Yes, definitely. Yeah, you can actually have that configured onto your front door. All right. Okay, so virtual network security. Okay, so you have your NSG over here. All right, you have your NSG. Okay, so this is a subnet. This is your virtual network. These boxes over here are the subnets. Okay, and inside here are your virtual machines. Okay, so you can have NSG. You can have one NSG. Okay, you can have one NSG and apply it onto all these subnets. All right. Okay, you can do that. No problem. All right, you can have each subnet to have their own individual NSG. All right, you can do that too. Okay, and at the same time, you can have NSG applied onto the interfaces as well. All right, so NSGs lock down network communication between virtual machines. Yeah, that is if you let's say create a deny traffic. Okay, let's say for example this virtual machine, okay, has been configured with NSG, and by default, all these virtual machines, for example, you can see this virtual machine over here and this and this. You know, maybe this has been locked down because you say, hey, I have an NSG that denies all this traffic, or have no NSG configuration. There's no rules inside, but NSG has been applied. Okay, so even though we say there's no rules, there are some default rules available in your NSG which you cannot modify or delete. Okay, and by default, the default rule says that if anything else, deny. Okay, anything else, deny. Okay, so it's always denying traffic, okay, going into your virtual machine. So we've got to explicitly allow traffic to go into the virtual machine if we deploy NSGs. Right now, let's say, for example, I have this virtual machine that has been deployed to allow RDP to come in. Okay, RDP. All right, so we have configured NSG and says that, hey, this virtual machine gonna have RDP as a public IP address. Okay, that's pretty common. That's pretty common. But in certain, when you've deployed your Azure Security Center, okay, and when it does that checking for you, the evaluation says that you've got this virtual machine now exposed into the internet, okay, with RDP exposed all the time. Now it says that we know that you need to use RDP, but we don't have to expose this RDP traffic all the time, right? So that's where you can see JIT comes in. Okay, you can enable JIT configuration. So what happens when you do JIT? Now, coming back into the network security group, when JIT is being applied onto this virtual machine, basically it's creating a NSG rule into your NSG configuration. Yeah, it is denying, okay, it's denying all traffic of RDP coming in. Okay, is blocking of traffic. Let's say, for example, if you want to configure RDP, for example, yeah. So the JIT has created a rule that sits above all of the other rules. Okay, all of the other rules, and blocks RDP to come in. And when you do a request, okay, because it's JIT, you want to access that machine, for example, you got a request. Yeah, you got to send for a request. So when you create a request and when it's approved, is then going to create ad hoc another rule that is going to allow that traffic to go through. Okay, all right. So for example, let's say this is your NSG. Okay, so you have your RDP, for example, says allow, and this is our static configuration. Okay, RDP allowed. So when you enable JIT, it's going to create a rule on top of this RDP rule, even though it's called RDP something, but it's going to be denied. Okay, specifically onto this machine's IP address with a specific IP address. Okay, it's going to deny. Since this is going to be processed before this being processed, therefore, remember, it's going to read from top-down approach and stop at first match. So it's going to apply this. This is not going to be read. Okay, so let's say this is 1000, for example. That's the priority number. So it sees that, oh, you've got this. I'm going to apply, let's say, 900 for this RDP, for this rule, and it's going to be a deny rule. All right. So when it reads that traffic, it's going to come from top to bottom. All right. So when it reads this first, it says that, oh, RDP deny for this whatever destination whatsoever. So it's not going to even to process this at all. Okay, therefore, all traffic for RDP is going to be denied. Now, when you do a request, when you do a request for to access this virtual machine, guess what? Azure is going to add an additional rule on top. In fact, it's going to add it onto the very top, number 100. RDP allow. Okay, this is going to be there still. Okay, but it creates a new what do you call this? A new entry. Okay, to say that allow this RDP right now. Now this entry over here will be in your NSG until the point where the user logs off. Okay, it says that the user is trying to log into RDP, right? And the user logs off and it's done. So then this is going to be removed. Okay, or up to its maximum time allowed during RDP. Because when you configure GIT, you can configure how long the user is allowed to be accessing this machine. All right, so when it reaches its maximum limit, let's say 3 hours, for example, that's default, 3 hours, and the guy's been kicked out from RDP, for instance, this rule will be removed as well. So when this rule is removed, then it reverts back to this rule, number 900 being the next highest, and it's denying all traffic. Okay, so basically, it's actually configuring NSG configuration onto your NSG configuration itself. All right, when we configure GIT. All right. So it's allowing you to isolate besides locking your machines here or discarding traffic going to your machine. I prefer to use discard rather than locking the machines. It sounds like physically it's being locked. Okay, but in this case, discard traffic here, using to discard traffic which is not allowed to come in. So isolate applications, yeah, it does that. Okay, isolate applications. So over here in this subnet, for example, or probably in this virtual machine, you don't want to allow certain traffic to come in. Okay, or probably you have, let's say, some applications over here. You don't allow someone coming from this virtual machine, this virtual network, or this subnet ID, or this on-prem environment to access that application. You can actually configure via the NSG as well. Yeah, so basically, it's configuring some rules over there. Okay. So what kind of information you need to configure your NSG? You need to have your source address, destination address. You need to have a protocol, a layer 3, layer 4 protocol, or layer 4 protocol. All right. So layer 3 supports is ICMP. Layer 4 supports TCP and UDP. All right, TCP and UDP. All right. So it doesn't support any other protocols from there. All right. So either ICMP, yep. That's layer 3. Layer 4 will be TCP, UDP. All right, and of course you need to have your traffic type as well, which is your port numbers. Okay, what kind of services are you using? All right. So network integration. Okay, so you have your on-prem environment, you have your Azure environment. Okay, so you can use your ExpressRoute circuit. Yeah, we've seen that already. Okay, so it's going through a partner. Okay, so Microsoft actually has a partner. A WAN provider, for example, and once it's connected, it's actually a private WAN, and then after that, you establish your ExpressRoute. Okay, so ExpressRoute is a layer 3 configuration. Okay, why layer 3 is because when, let's say, for instance, you actually have your site over here. You have a site physically. You have a data center, all right, here, and you have another data center over here, for example. Okay, so you want to connect these two sites together, and let's say, for example, you want to go through your Metro E. Okay, so you go through a Metro E provider. Okay, so it establishes a signal, it allows you to connect. Okay, now you have a private connection. So now these two are being connected right now. Okay, so ExpressRoute is just like sitting on top of this. It's like creating the route between. Okay, because the layer 2 connection is just the connection, it's the signal. All right, but in order to have this to talk to this, you've got to create the route. So ExpressRoute is basically that, creating the route over. Okay, where ExpressRoute doesn't really care about this this physical connectivity over here. All right, or whatever signal that you write on top. Okay, what kind of protocol, layer 2 technology, whatever you're using, it doesn't really matter. All right, so ExpressRoute is just sitting on top of this, the routing configuration. All right, so basically that's ExpressRoute. Yeah, the ExpressRoute circuit. All right. Okay, then we look into hybrid networks. Okay, so there are various options. Yeah, so you have the cloud exchange, co-location, or you have the point-to-point, you have the any-to-any IP VPN connection. All right, so this is where you can use the WAN, okay, the Azure WAN connection over here. So basically you have your express route, you have your IPVP, you have your VPN configuration, you have your VNet configuration, for example. Okay, so you want to have all this configuration or all this network implementation either to a on-prem environment or to your VNet configuration, whatever configuration that you have. Okay, so we can put it into the Azure WAN configuration. It's just a centralized console where you can manage all your different connectivities everywhere. Okay, so you can establish connection from that. So that's the Azure WAN configuration. All right, but if you want to do it individually, you want to do it you want to maintain your own express route configuration as an individual configuration. Then you have other configurations. You're going to go to that particular configuration to maintain it. All right. Okay, so you have your Exchange co-location. So this is more of like a SAS environment. Okay, so you have your on-prem and you have, let's say, some Exchange server inside. Okay, and you want to, well, leverage onto the Exchange in the cloud. Okay, Exchange Online. Yep. So this is your Office 365 Express Route. All right. So this is your Azure environment. Okay, this is your Azure environment. This is your on-prem. Yes, Express Route. Okay. So again, you have, let's say, a lot of this is Azure or your Office 365, and you have a lot of other places that is being connected. Okay, you have one side over here, connected to another side over here, connected to the side over here. So you can use the Azure WAN, okay, that helps you to maintain and manage all your network connectivities, okay, between different sites, okay, and of course connecting over to the cloud as well. All right, so that is using ExpressRoute for hybrid networks. All right, so the ExpressRoute circuit is a logical connection because it sits on top of an existing layer 2 connection already. All right, so the existing layer 2 connection is connected using the Microsoft Partners connection partner, okay, or probably the provider partner, okay. So you connect to them, okay, and then ExpressRoute just sits on top of it. So you can think of it as like running onto the private network. It's on Azure's own private network for that. All right, so it's not going to anywhere in the internet. All right. Okay, so Azure private peering. That's your VNet peering. Okay, Microsoft peering. Okay, that's where you want to connect between what do you call this? Different tenants, for example. Okay, using VNet peering, for example, you need to actually have this global unique identifier, in order to recognize, to allow tenants from different VNets from different tenants to recognize the other tenant from VNet from another tenant. Okay, so you're going to use it. So like I said, this is not. Yes, you can have this done, okay, but it is not direct configuration. It's not a very simple configuration that is available in the portal. Okay, and circuit bandwidth, right? So. So you can actually have as many circuits as you want, okay, because the bandwidth, okay, is up to 10 gigabits per second if you only use express routes. All right, this is an example. Okay, so you have the on-premise, all right, and you have express route configuration. All right, so the express route configuration, okay, this is your service provider by Azure. Okay, so connect to this guy, again, and on top of this, run your express route. Okay. All right, as simple as that. Now then within your internal, okay, this is your VNet environment. Okay, you have an express route gateway. So you're going to deploy a virtual network gateway for this. Okay, you're going to have this. And here you can see there's a jump box. Okay, why do you want to have a jump box over here? Now, this is where, basically the jump box is not, it can be used for your on-prem to come and access your virtual machines. If you want to do that, or you can have your virtual machines or your machines over here to connect to the virtual machines in the cloud directly. That's fine. Okay, but again, if you want to have an additional security, you can actually have the jump box. All right, the jump box over here. So the jump box over here is that you will log into the jump box. All right, and from the jump box, you start to do a remote desktop connection to all those other machines. All right, so over here you can see that there's this different subnets or probably even different VNets. Okay, it could be different VNets altogether. All right. So there's the load balancer. Okay, so this is a web tier. Okay, so all the web virtual machines. Okay, your front end is located over here, and then you have the business tier. Okay, and then you have the data tier, probably your storage. Okay, your storage portion and probably your Azure SQL or probably some SQL databases, PHP, I don't know. Okay, so the load balance to the backend over here. All right, so ExpressRoute is just between these two sites. So internally, there's no ExpressRoute definitely. All right, so ExpressRoute considerations requires working with connectivity providers. Okay, so you can't just say I want to have ExpressRoute and ExpressRoute is there. So if let's say that area that you want to connect your ExpressRoute to Azure and it doesn't have the service provider that supports ExpressRoute from Azure, unfortunately that doesn't work in that case. Yeah, so you got to work together with the approved connectivity providers in order to connect using ExpressRoute. On-prem, okay, it requires on-premise high bandwidth routers. Okay, because ExpressRoute over here runs on very high bandwidth. Okay, it goes up to 10 gigabits per second. Okay, and circuits managed by the connectivity provider. All right, so imagine that this is your on-prem, this is the, let's say, the WAN provider, and this is Azure. All right, so the connection over here is maintained by the connectivity provider, but the ExpressRoute connection sitting on top of this, that's on us. Okay, because if this got disconnected, you've got to make the connection back again. No support for HSRP, right? Okay, no support for this. Okay, so basically, in fact, well, I would, being a Cisco guy, so probably I wouldn't say that. Of course, it doesn't support HSRP because HSRP is actually Cisco proprietary. Okay, so VRP in that case. All right, this is more of an open standard. All right, so yeah, it doesn't support that definitely. Even if it's supposed to support that, it's supposed to use GLBP in that case. But in this case, no, it doesn't support anything like that. All right, no HSRP supported, no first hop redundancy protocol supported. Okay, so it doesn't support any of this. Okay, enable a border gateway protocol configuration. All right, so yes, your VPN or even your ExpressRoute supports. ExpressRoute doesn't use BGP. Okay, it doesn't use BGP because it doesn't go through your physical. It doesn't go through the internet. All right, so there's no BGP involved over here. All right. Layer 3 and uses Azure Connectivity Toolkit in order to check that this toolkit over here is in your network watcher. Okay, so whenever you create a VNet, there will be a network watcher being configured as well. So there's a tool over here they can use to check if this connection is up or down, the health of this connection, and so on and so forth. All right, so basically it's a tool just to check the connectivity between the on-prem and also your ExpressRoute connection. All right. So over here is more of a how we place, okay, how do we place the configuration specifically? All right, so over here we have the gateway subnet, okay, because when you deploy a virtual network gateway, all right, you need to have a gateway subnet. Okay, you must have a gateway subnet. Okay, so in many cases, what happens over here is that yes, you can actually have everything into one virtual network. That's fine. Okay, that's completely fine. All right, or you want to have into different virtual networks. Yeah, for instance, okay, I'm just going to draw it over here. There's no space for me there. Okay, so I'm just going to bring up my whiteboard. Okay, so over here I have my on-prem. Whoops. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's say I have my on-prem. This is on-prem. All right, and I have my cloud over here, so I can have one virtual network, VNet. I can have my other virtual networks. So as you can see that this is a hub and spoke. Okay, so this is the hub VNet, for example. This is my internal VNet, VNet 1, VNet 2. All right. So this is your connection either. So over here in this hub VNet, All right, so if I want to configure a VPN or an ExpressRoute configuration, I need to have a subnet just for this guy. So this is called the network gateway subnet. All right, so I have my VPN router over here, or this VPN appliance, okay, or your ExpressRoute. So over here, same as well. Okay, so it could be a site-to-site, oops, site-to-site, okay, or ExpressRoute. All right. Okay, now in the hub VNet, it's not going to be just holding one subnet, right? What a waste. So yeah, you can actually have the hub VNet over here to have your bastion. If you have a bastion, you want to deploy bastion. All right, so your bastion over here, remember that it needs to be in a subnet called Azure Bastion Subnet. Okay, it takes in the /26 or /27. All right, it takes in that, doesn't take in /28. All right, so you can have a bastion over here. So when users, okay, want to connect to this virtual network, for example, want to connect to this virtual machine. This virtual machine doesn't need to have any IP address. Doesn't need to have any public IP address in that sense. Okay, no need to have any public IP address. So it's safe within the compound of your virtual network. Yeah, it's not exposed. All right, safe and sound. But I still want to connect to this virtual machine. So because of there is a VNet peering over here. Okay, there's VNet peering. Therefore, it's able to use this bastion to connect to this virtual machine, right? Do I need to configure any UDR or anything like that? No need. You don't have to do that. Okay, you don't have to configure any UDR in between, just as long as the VNet has been established. Traffic forwarding from both sides of the VNets are allowed. Okay, so once I click onto this virtual machine and say I want to connect to this virtual machine using Bastion, it's going to look for that Bastion host which is in our environment, okay, in this environment, and you're going to provision a host to connect to this virtual machine. All right. Okay, so you don't have to do anything much as long as you have your connection all done. Now, at the same time, in the hub VNet, I want to deploy my firewall, then I have to create a subnet for the firewall. Okay, I'm going to create a subnet for the firewall. So in this case, if I want to have my virtual machines, okay, to be filtered before it goes out from the firewall, okay, I'm going to have my UDR. Okay, so this particular subnet over here needs to have the UDR pointing to this firewall before it goes into the internet or wherever it is. Okay, and vice versa, of course. All right, so the firewall over here, is a layer 3 right up to layer 7 firewall. So which means that it filters traffic from your IP traffic. Okay, any layer 3 traffic, in this case IP, ICMP. All right, most of your layer 3 traffic is over here. All right, then it takes that in. It takes in layer 4. It takes in information of your port numbers, just like configuring the NSG. All right, then it also looks into layer 7 information, for example, like your FDDNs. All right, so it looks into your FDDNs requests, for example. Let's say you're going through www.facebook.com, and because the firewall says sorry, not allowed. Okay, so therefore not allowed to go to facebook.com in that sense. All right, so there, when you actually configure this, okay, when you deploy the firewall, all right, and when you have your UDR pointing towards your firewall, by default, all the configuration, okay, all the traffic will be denied, okay, because the firewall has a default rule saying that anything not mentioned is an implicit deny. Okay, it's going to be denied. All right, anything not mentioned, no traffic mentioned that is say they can allow you to go through. Okay, anything not mentioned at all that's not inside the firewall rules is going to be denied. All right, so in this case, you've got to explicitly put in information. All right, you got to put in the rules. All right, okay, just give me a second. I think I see some. Is there a question? Oops. Where's that chat? Kind of lost my screen here. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's a question. Okay, so if we have both VPN and ExpressRoute, then we need two virtual network gateways. Yes, correct. Yeah. To answer Saad's question, yes, you can only configure the network virtual network gateway as a VPN or express route. Yeah, you can have both at the same time. So you need to have two different virtual network gateways for that. Okay, then this bastion has been in hub VNet, or can it be any peer? So as I mentioned, you can actually have your bastion to be in the hub VNet. All right, over here you can have your bastion. Okay, so this is the bastion over here. So if I recall correctly on the previous demonstration in the 303, I placed bastion in the same VNet, but it could be in a different VNet as well, as long as this VNet is peered. Okay, as long as these two VNets are peered, all these VNets are peered to the hub. All right, and I want to connect to this particular VM. All right, I just select bastion is going to go over to this bastion subnet and provision a bastion host to connect to this VM. All right, so it's done automatically for us. We don't have to do anything else. All right, we don't have to specifically even configure any UDRs at all. No need, as long as they're peered. Okay, this part is peered. So if I want to connect to this VM, for example, and it doesn't have a public IP address, right, which is good. Okay, we don't want to have any public IP address to reduce our attack surface. All right, so I select bastion, and it's gonna go Azure, or the platform is gonna go over to the bastion subnet over here to provision a host to connect to this virtual machine. All right. Okay, so the architecture. All right, so we have the virtual network. Yep. We have the gateway. All right, the firewall. We've talked about the firewall as well. All right, we've talked about the virtual network routes. That's where we have the UDR. Okay, so say for example, for this, we don't actually have to configure any UDRs. Okay, this is automatically done for us. But if we have, let's say, an Azure firewall or an Azure proxy, okay, or anything that we need it to go through before it goes out, or vice versa, okay, then we need to have the UDR. Okay, you can have the firewall over here, for instance. Okay, then we have the NSGs. Okay, so since bastion itself is in a subnet, we can apply NSG onto the subnet. Right, we can apply NSG onto this subnet as well. We can apply NSG onto this VM. Firewall, do you think the firewall doesn't need to have protection? Well, we can protect the firewall too. The firewall protects us, we protect the firewall. We place an NSG over here too. That is if you want. All right, yeah, you can do that. Okay, because NSGs again can be applied onto this subnet. All right, so yep, so over here and bastion. Okay, that's where the bastion is. All right. Okay, so recommendations. So access control recommendations. Use role-based access control to manage the resources in your application. So yes, yeah, you can create customized roles. Remember, okay, and normally we apply the roles onto your resource groups. Okay, anyone who's in this project on this team dealing with this, we give them this particular role. Okay, so even if you are the administrator, for example, you're the service administrator, you are able to do everything inside your environment. But when you come to this resource group to access any of these resources, you're just given a reader role, unfortunately, for example. Yeah, so in this case, yep, I have just the reader role. All right, so that's where you actually apply this role-based access group. Then you have the resource group recommendations. Okay, so how are you going to deploy your access group? What kind of how do you deploy your resource group? What kind of resource you're going to put inside? What kind of roles you're going to provide to each of the team members in that role? How are you going to assign them? Okay, how are you going to assign them roles? Are you going to assign them using groups or individual users? Okay, so how are you going to do that? All right, to which specific resource are they going to be able to have access to? Because you can configure your resource route back onto the resource directly as well. All right, so resource group containing the VMs for the Azure Firewalls instance. All right, so you probably want to assign it to the IT security administrator. All right, then you want to separate resource groups for other stuff like load balancer, VMs, yeah, because this is about security. So you might want to have, let's say, the security guys to deal with it. General VMs, or like so most of the day-to-day kind of stuff, probably have the IT administrator do that. So you want to create a role just to do that. In this case, like I said, you can create a customized role. All right. And networking recommendations. All right, so anything on destination address over here, the public IP address of the firewall instance. Okay, for example, like this is going towards the internet, and this is the internal. All right, so you have anything that you want to host, okay, you place it behind the firewall. All right, so you have some virtual machines inside this VNet, into the subnet, okay, so place it behind the firewall does that, the SNet, okay, for this. All right, so translated services, addresses, all right, so in this case, you have the private IP address within the virtual network. Yeah, so this is where the network address translation is happening. All right, so you want to place all your hosts behind the firewall. You need to keep it safe. Right, use user-defined routes, okay, so that you can forward the traffic towards the firewall, forward the traffic towards, even if you have your web application file, for example, okay, so you have applications and the web application firewall is actually sitting with your application gateway, for example, yeah, so forward it to that firewall over there, okay. Use NSG to block pass traffic between application tiers, okay, so NSG, all right, so let's say, for example, you have a web tier and your business tier, or probably you have your storage tier, data tier, whatever tier that is. Okay, so your web tier, for example, will take in, let's say, port 80, port 443. Okay, port 443. Okay, and you have another subnet over here. So you're going to make sure that port 80 and 443, or in this case, you want to be secure, just port 443 allowed to go through. Anything else is not allowed. All right. Okay, so most often if you find that NSG, if you realize NSG configuration, we do most of the inbound traffic most of the time, inbound configuration instead of configuring outbound, because at the end of the day, remember, NSG is applied onto your virtual machine's interface card, right? Okay, so outbound is actually coming from a virtual machine going out, that's outbound. And in many cases, we don't restrict anything going outbound from the virtual machine, going out of the interface card. But coming into the interface card towards your virtual machine, that's the one you want to filter. All right, so you can see why most of the time, most of configurations is done onto the inbound instead of the outbound. All right, DevOps access. Okay, so DevOps guys. Okay, so they have operations. They want to restrict. Yeah, so again, apply RBAC. Okay, onto them, and granting them with just enough permissions or access onto the resources that they need. Okay, so those are what we've seen onto the network portion. Okay, so on the network portion over here, we've seen onto the virtual network, planning of the addresses, the segmentation. Most of the time you can see this, and not most of the time, all the time, the segmentation over here is all based on the layer 3 segmentation. All right, so you have the layer 3 in terms of the IP addressing, okay, the network addressing, the address range, okay, all those are layer 3 configuration. All right, so if you want to segmentize them into different, well, almost physical, all right, then you separate them using VNets. Okay, segmentize them using VNets. So if you want to have them be connected together, then you peer the VNets back together. Yeah, you do VNet peering. All right, so we've seen onto that connectivity between on-prem. Okay, you have the express route, you have VPN. All right, we look into the security as well. All right, so there we go. A bit of the understanding about deploying and configuring the reasons behind deploying a virtual network in Azure. All right. What am I doing? Okay, are there any questions? Okay, let's see, Bastion in the hub. Okay, so question from in one architecture showing Jumpbox and in one Azure Bastion. So does Azure recommend implementing Jumpbox using Bastion? No. When you deploy a Bastion, you don't really need to have to configure a Jumpbox already. So basically, the Bastion is replacing your traditional Jumpbox. All right, and when Bastion is being deployed, you do not need to maintain the Bastion at all. Okay, the host within the Bastion is all being maintained by Azure. If you deploy a traditional Jumpbox, which means that I deploy a virtual machine for users to come in, you've got to maintain that virtual machine. Yeah, so which is actually being answered by Shaswat. Thank you. Can you have multiple Bastion hosts in the same Bastion subnet? Well, we don't need to provision the Bastion host ourselves, basically. All right. So the understanding here is this, because when we deploy a Bastion, we just tell Azure, hey, I want to have Bastion. But how many hosts are you actually deploying in the Bastion subnet? All right. We didn't even mention how many hosts is there. All right. So if let's say I have 2 virtual machines, 3 virtual machines, or 4 or 5 or 10 virtual machines that needs to actually have a connection. So what happens is that Azure is going to automatically provision the enough number of Bastion hosts in the Bastion subnet to connect to those virtual machines. All in all, we don't even have to maintain all those at all. We don't even have to tell Azure how many Bastion hosts do we need. Okay, so we just have to tell Azure that I need to have a Bastion configuration. All right, so I'm going to deploy a Bastion. It's going to be in this subnet. All right, and how many hosts that's going to be created in Azure? That is going to be Azure. All right. Great. Okay, so it's time for us to go for a lunch break. So right now it's 12:26, but we'll come back at 1:30. All right, so let's go for a lunch break. Is there any questions again? Okay, no problem. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go for a lunch break, and I'll see you guys at 1:30. All right, so now I'm going to start. Okay, so now we're going to look at the third module, which is design for migration. And in this third module, okay, design for migration, there we go. We'll look into migrating servers, some of the on-prem databases, on-prem workloads using Azure Migrate. All right, so we're looking to plan migration using Azure Migration. So we're going to use the AMT, Azure Migration Tool. All right, so how this tool works and why is this tool actually useful and how this tool actually came about. All right, so we're looking to planning using this and then assessment using the Azure Migrate. What does it do before it actually migrates the workloads from on-prem to the cloud? And then when we do the migration on the service itself, physical or virtual machines, then we migrate the databases, okay, onto the options that are available into the cloud when we want to migrate the databases. Migrating on-premise data to the cloud, okay, using to the cloud storage. All right, so you're looking into some of the tools like the AZ copy, and of course there are other options as well, like the data box, but not all places will have data boxes. And for this, we'll have a lab. All right, you're going to look into migrating Hyper-V VMs to Azure by using the Azure Migration Tool. Okay, so planning Azure migration. Okay, so on a migration journey, when we use, regardless if you're using the Azure Migration Tool or using any other tools that you have out there, the first thing we're going to do is to do an assessment. All right, so we got to assess what we want to migrate. Probably not everything they want to migrate at the same time. Probably they want to migrate, and we want to do the migration. We have to also look into, is it actually supported as it is? Because it depends on how we're going to do the migration, as we saw on the first. On the compute solution design compute, right? If we're going to migrate, are we going to do a lift and shift, or are we going to use cloud optimized? We're going to migrate into a cloud optimized environment. All right, so which one are we going to use? All right, because if you want to choose, let's say, a cloud optimized environment, then there will be some changes in the codes, right? The codes that we actually have on-prem or whatever that your developers have has built on-prem might not be working 100% on the cloud. If you're going to use the cloud optimized environment. All right, but lift and shift is quite straightforward. All right, still this that is still going to do some assessment. Okay, so we're going to assess full assessment over here. So when you say full assessment includes if let's say we're going to do a lift and shift, is the virtual machine supported on those kinds of specification? All right, the configuration wise, okay, in terms of costing, for example. All right, how many are we going to migrate from on-prem to the cloud? Okay, in terms of its size. All right, so is it there? Okay, if let's say some sort of application, okay, again, this is lift and shift, all right, so it again depends on the virtual machine, but if we're going to do the cloud optimization, how much reconfiguration we need to do, right, in terms of security wise, in terms of compatibility wise, do we need to rebuild the whole thing all over again? Because sometimes it might look a little, it might look simple, but when we start to do the migration, said, oh, I've got to change this, I've got to change that, that has to be changed because there are some dependency of the components. I've got to actually get those as well, and that has to change too. So might as well just rebuild the whole thing. In some cases that happens, right? So you're going to do some sort of assessment over here. Now, then we start to do the migration, right? So before do the migration, we need to really plan out this and how to do the migration itself. Okay, so you need to have a destination system and services in Azure to migrate to. All right, so if there's lift and shift, for example, I'm going to migrate my virtual machines, or I'm going to migrate my physical machines into the cloud. All right, and are those sizes available in the data center in the location that I'm going to migrate my machines to? All right, number one, are the sizes available? Are they at least any of the sizes which are as close as possible to the specs that I have from on-prem? Another thing is that if I want to deploy migrate my virtual machines into the cloud, for example, does it actually have the type of service that I want? Okay, for example, does it actually have some availability sets or availability options, zones, for example, skill sets, okay, configuration that I need? Okay, or if let's say I want to be as original as possible, when I deploy, let's say, load balancer, okay, is that load balancer going to be the same load balancer that I have on-prem, or is it going to work the same way? Okay, things like this, right? So, and if let's say I'm going to deploy, let's say, some virtual machine, but then I have some applications that I want to do some cloud optimized migration method. All right, so are they able to communicate? Right? Okay, so does it actually have the things that I need, okay, in the cloud? Okay, when I migrate to, then I'm going to optimize it. Okay, so how I'm going to make it to work in the cloud? So once the things are in the cloud, even though it's going to lift and shift or probably cloud optimize, how am I going to make it to work efficiently in the cloud in terms of its connectivity? That's the first thing. All right, so now I have the things in the cloud. How am I supposed to connect to it? All right. In terms of like its usability, in terms of like, is there anything that I can automate the job, or what are the things that has been removed from our side so that it's being handled by Azure? All right. So what are the things I need to do to configure in order to ensure that they work seamlessly? Okay, so that's where optimization comes in, and then monitor. Okay, so I need to know right now, because when it used to be in on-prem, I can just go over and have a look, or I can just do a remote desktop connection and have a look, or probably I have a console and I can look in through the console and have a look. But right now it's in the cloud, so how do I do that? You know, if I have SCOM, for example, how is SCOM going to work to monitor things in the cloud? Or in this case, are there different tools that are used in the cloud to monitor it? Okay, how am I supposed to get that information? All right, so I've got to use things which are provided in the cloud, and how easy is that going to be? All right, so this is basically the 4 phases. All right, 4 phases during the migration journey itself. So a cloud adaptation framework is what we call it. Now, the migration strategy, yeah, so you have the rehosting method, or you can have the refactor, re-architect, rebuild, or replace. All right, so which one do you want? All right, so right up to the part from rehost to rehost is the least configuration. All right, this is the least configuration till replace. All right, rebuild and replace basically. All right, so this is basically like, okay, I'm gonna build something brand new right now. Okay, so it's like, this thing is really old on-prem, and we are moving to the cloud in order to actually make use of the modern configuration. So basically, you're rebuilding the whole thing, and you're going to replace your infrastructure, or going to replace your services when it's going into the cloud. All right, so that's where we have to do a different sort of planning. All right, now migration planning. Okay, so create a cloud migration plan. All right, so what do we need? Okay, so when we actually create the plan, it's very, very subjective, and it's very, very abstract, because the plan differs from different kind of infrastructure, from different kind of environment to the rest. Okay, so we need to have a plan. Sometimes it might not be the entire infrastructure that we're going to put into the cloud, just one small portion of it. All right, so we've got to have a plan. Okay, so what's the budget, for example? All right, or what are the services? So probably budget is not the thing that you're looking at, maybe. Okay, but you want to have some sort of control over that in the future too. Okay, so what is that going to be? All right, for any businesses, they will always look into, hey, how much is that going to cost me, right? So you want to have a look into TCO, all right? So to calculate the TCO, the good thing is that there's actually this tool. Okay, you can see here, that's the TCO calculator. All right, so let me just go into that. All right, so in the TCO calculator, you can actually calculate the things that you have on-prem. Okay, so this is the information that you have on-prem. So for example, you have a workload. You can give the workload a name. For example, you have, oops, where's that thing gone? Bring it back. Okay, so let's say, for example, you have some web service, okay, or web applications, okay, which is hosted on a web server, and you want to bring that whole server into the cloud. All right, so you're going to do a lift and shift, for example. So you can give that a name, whatever web server name that is. Okay, and then after that, okay, you can specify, is it running onto a Linux or Windows or a web app? Okay, what kind of environment? Of course, it's going to be a physical server or a virtual machine. Okay, then the operating system which is running onto that virtual machine. Okay, so if this is running on a Linux, okay, of course it's going to be running on Linux as well. All right. Or it could be that this is actually running a Hyper-V or VMware, but your workload is running onto a Linux virtual machine within that Hyper-V. All right. So you got to decide onto that. Then after that, the operating system license, okay, which is running onto the operating system over here. Is it a standard or data center? If you're choosing something else, okay. So basically, Linux is not as well. Generally, it's not as expensive as Windows. All right. Then after that, how many VMs are you going to be talking about? All right, how many VMs? And what kind of virtualization are you using on-prem? Is it a VMware or Hyper-V? Okay, how many core processors are there? Specify them. For example, like you have 4 core processors, and how much of RAM do you require for each of those VMs? Okay, and it's optimized by CPU or memory. Okay, so you can add onto it. All right, and you can add. Let's say if you have databases, for example. Okay, so you're gonna move your databases upwards. Okay, to the cloud. Okay, and so on. All right, so you can define your workloads. Okay, then you do some assumptions. Okay, do you need to actually have some sort of server software assurance coverage? Okay, so you can select that. Yes. Okay, select this for SQL Server as well. If you're gonna deploy, you're gonna migrate a SQL Server. Then, do you want to have some sort of, because you're gonna have some sort of storage. Are you gonna create some sort of storage in the cloud? All right, so if you have some storage in the cloud, the moment you create a storage account, you got to specify your storage replication strategy. All right, so your storage replication strategy, we have LRS, ZRS, and also the GRS. Okay, you have the GZRS as well. Okay, so do you need some sort of like geo-redundant storage? That includes your GeoZone, but that's going to be more costly. All right, so if you need this, say for example, yeah, I'm going to assume that when I go to the cloud, I need some sort of geo-redundant storage. Yeah, your virtual machine cost, enable this to for the calculator to recommend a B series of virtual machines. So B series of virtual machines is the bursting, which means bursting. So it's kind of like a variable. It's like your CPU will not actually use that much of a CPU resources when it doesn't need, but when the application requires that, it's going to burst up. It's just like you used to call it a speed step, right, in Intel. The Intel processor, something like that. And when it requires that sort of boost, okay, it's going to burst up that CPU utilization and CPU power, okay, or performance. And when it doesn't need that, it scales down. Okay, so you need to have those kind of virtual machine sizes. If you need to have that, that's where you go. Okay, select this, and then electricity cost. Yeah. Think about that. So when we have on-prem, we put things on-prem. It's not just the server that we're paying for. It's not just this, the operating system application, the manpower we're paying for. We're paying for the utility cost as well. Yeah, your electricity. Yeah, it needs to power your machines, right? But most of the time, we just took that for granted. All right. So I'm not too sure how much it's going to cost, but that depends on to where you're at. Okay, so you can give an estimation over there. How much does it cost per kilowatt per hour? Okay, in terms of USD. Okay, storage costs. All right, IT labor costs, yeah. Other assumptions like the hardware costs, software costs, other electricity costs, for example. Yeah, okay, and then you have the virtualization. Okay, so how much does it cost you to run your virtualization if you're running VMware, if you're running Hyper-V, okay, in terms of licensing. Okay, data center cost itself. All right, so these are some of the assumptions that you can put in. All right, and then once you actually put that information in, then you want to have a look into the report. And this is basically, at the end of the day, is that when you go over to the management and say, hey, we're gonna go over to the cloud, and they say, why? Oh, the cloud is expensive. People say blah, 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 stuff like that, right? Yeah, overall, maybe on the starting point, it might be expensive, or probably at the same price, or probably slightly more expensive than what it's supposed to be. But in the long run, because a lot of things have been removed from the shoulders. You don't have to pay for the manpower. You don't have to pay for the physical maintenance. You don't have to ensure. You don't have to worry about the electricity costs and stuff like that. Over here in Malaysia, electricity cost. There's a tariff into it, and then there's this blocks over there. If you hit a certain threshold, then the price will be different. And usually, the more you use, the more expensive it becomes. Right, it's not the more you use, the cheaper it becomes. The more you use, the more expensive it becomes. Right, and there's different prices if you're actually running on commercial. You're in a commercial environment. There's different tariff into it. Yeah, so it's kind of costly. It's kind of costly in terms of using electricity over here. All right, so over here, things are a lot of things has been absorbed. Okay, so in the long run, you can see that this is basically how it's going to cost you. All right, and most of the time when we present this to the management and also the people who does the budget, then they can see a better picture. Okay, it's that, oh, this is actually what we can do. And on top of that, remember, we've covered that in AZ303, that there's an Azure Advisor. All right, in Azure Advisor, there are 5 basically, but mainly we use 4. There's an Azure Cost Advisor there. Okay, which advises us on how to save cost. All right, some of the services or some of the resources that we are not really using, or we have actually over provisioned over some time after it actually has done some evaluation, and the Azure the cost advisor will tell us that you don't need this anymore. All right, you can take it down, you can take it off, or you can just stop it because you're not really utilizing it, or probably you want to change it to a different size or different configuration in order to save cost. All right, so there are things like this that's included in order to help us to optimize, okay, in terms of economically. All right, so this is the TCO which you can actually use. I'm going to place this in the chat area. Okay. Okay, and then discover, evaluate any document applications, and also the tools and partners. Because probably there's some parts that you want to use in the cloud. Okay, and of course on-prem, not everything is actually being deployed by you, or probably not everything's being developed by you. All right, so you need to have your vendors to come in, how to actually get the transition done smoothly. Okay, so during migration, so we have the migration steps. Okay, so prepare the source, the vCenter if you're using VMware. Okay, and the target will be Azure. Okay, you're going to start the replication. Okay, you're going to test the replication, fail over to Azure. Okay, and if you have like database migration steps, okay, you got to access your on-premise database, migrate the schemas, create and run a database migration service, okay, which is actually in your Azure migration tool, okay, and then you monitor the migration. All right, so these are the steps that's actually available inside your Azure migration tool. Yeah, so it does the evaluation for you. Okay, it kind of advises you, okay, on what needs to be done. All right, then after that, you perform the migration, you test the failover. Basically, what it does is that if you're migrating a VM, okay, it's actually creating a replica from the on-prem to the cloud. All right, so it was before this Azure AMT was actually being introduced. We were using the site recovery tool for this, the site replica for this. All right, so we kind of replicate the site on-prem. We replicate the on-prem kind of environment and replicate it into the cloud. We test by failing over. If the cloud works fine, then we break the replication and discontinue or decom the one on-prem. That's what we did previously before having the AMT. And now AMT, what it does is that now if you have the tool, it still writes onto that replication. All right, it still writes on the application method, but it gives you a little bit more comprehensive information. Well, it does evaluation for you. You don't have to do it yourself. You have some help over there. All right, you want to do migration for databases there as well. Previously, if you want to do migration for database, it's going to be different. All right, so here you can just migrate. Let's say I have a SQL server, but I just want to migrate the database. I don't want to migrate the whole server. All right, I want to extract the database out from the SQL server and then migrate and put it into Azure and put it into the Azure database. All right, Azure SQL database. All right, so not even a managed instance, not even a VM managed. I want to have it into my Azure database itself. Okay, so that could be done too. All right, so using the Azure migration tool. All right, so use the Azure cost management. Okay, the cost management over here. Now, for this, okay, for this one, you will not be able to use it in your current Azure subscription, the one that was given to you using the sponsorship, the sponsored subscription. The cost migration, the cost management, the cost analysis, cost alerts, and budgets, that part is not available for us to use because we're using the sponsored subscription. All right, so we can't actually use that. If you ever go over to that particular area, you find that it's not available. The service actually all turned off and it's not available to be used by us. Okay, you can only have that if you use the paid version. All right, but again, we want to use this tool, and the reason why we want to use this feature over here is that when we migrate it into the cloud, okay, we can actually see, well, it has to do an evaluation and see how much have we been using in our subscription, how much cost, how much is it costing us right now, all right? And you can actually do a cost analysis, and of course you can do a budget, okay, a budget onto the resource, saying that if you can configure a condition, it meets the threshold of how much it's supposed to use, and it's going to turn it off so that it doesn't go over budget, all right, and things like that. So you have this cost management over here to analyze this, okay, to analyze the cost that we have, the cost of how much is it taking up the subscription credits in our Azure environment once it's to be moved into the cloud. All right, so you can see over here there is a advisor recommendation. This is coming from the cost advisor. All right, so it can advise us, okay, on what we can do in order to save cost. We want to have a look into the Azure Monitor as well to capture the health and performance of the VMs, or probably even into the applications that we have migrated, or probably SQL, or probably storage migrated. So we want to use the Azure Monitor to do that for us. Okay. So assessment using Azure Migrate. Okay, so this Azure Migrate, okay, so this is the tool that we use now. Okay, so when you come over to Azure Migrate, just type it over here, Azure Migrate, you come over to this Azure Migrate app, okay, and you can see that the migration goals, what do you want? Okay, what do you want? You say, what do you want to do? Oh, I want to migrate, let's say, my Windows, Linux, and SQL Server, for example. So when you click into this, you have this assessment tool. Okay, it's going to do the discovery for us. Okay, so it's going to do the discover what? Discover onto our on-prem environment. Okay, so then after that, it's going to analyze onto these dependencies. For example, if let's say it detected that, oh, this virtual machine is going to run, it has this IIS installed, it has this whatever runtimes that is actually installed onto it, or the services enabled. All right, so it's going to look into those dependencies here. So it's, oh, this is actually running onto SQL Server, for example, and it's connecting over to this whatever other services. Yeah, so it'll tell you that dependencies as well. Okay, and it's going to assess that. All right, so you have this discovery. All right, so the discovery is pretty smart over here. So previously, we don't actually have that when we use the recovery services vault. We use the site replication method. We have to do our own discovery. So this is doing discovery for us. All right. So in order to do the discovery, you need to actually, okay, so you use the Azure Migrate. Okay, you have the server migration. Okay, so during the server migration, okay, you want to migrate your physical servers, for example. Okay, you do the same thing as well. Okay, this is a migration tool. All right, so you group the VMs according to VM workloads. Okay, on-prem. Okay, and then you discover, and then you create assessments. So when you discover the machines, what do you need? Okay, so this is the thing. So how is the Azure migration tool able to understand what's inside our VMs or physical machines on-prem? Okay, so we need to have an agent. Okay, that's real. We need to have an agent. There's no way that Azure is gonna like mind read your VMs on-prem. So what you need to do is that you have a VM collector VM. All right, so this collector VM is actually a virtual machine that you download, okay, install on-prem. You can install this onto your vCenter. You can install this onto your, this is a virtual machine basically. It's actually running onto what do you call this, an OVF format. All right, so you can install it onto your vCenter. You can install it into your Hyper-V, your Hyper-V service. All right, so deploy the virtual machine there. So it's going to do that collection for you. Okay, so it's going to do all the collection for you. It's going to do the discovery. Basically, this is actually getting the info, the policy, the instructions from the Azure environment, the Azure Migrate Portal environment. Okay, so this is basically like just the hands and legs, yeah, the extension of the portal, okay, that is now on-prem, and to collect all this information that you have on-prem in environment. Okay, so you can even migrate your virtual machine, VMware as well. Okay, so it just needs to actually collect that information. All right, and it's going to send information back into the Azure portal, okay, the Migrate portal, and there you assess. Okay, you will have to assess. Okay, this I want to migrate, that I don't want to migrate, and so on. All right. Okay, so collector gathers the VM cores, memory sizes, network adapters. Okay, collects onto the gathers information like the CPU, your disk IOPS. All right, and why we need to have that? Because when it collects that information, when it goes into the cloud, all right, it's going to create a virtual machine in the cloud. So let's say you have all these these virtual machines, the VMwares, okay, collect those information. So before the migration itself, we will need to do some comparisons. It's more like doing a mapping. All right, so it says, okay, I've got this first VM. This first VM has the CPU core of 4 CPU cores. It's running at 8 gig of RAM. It has this size of hard disk and stuff like that. Okay, so we will need to do a comparison. Do we actually have that size of VM, which is according to what we have on-prem? Okay, if we don't, okay, if that size is not available, what is the nearest size that it's closest to that VM? So we got to select that manually. All right, you got to select that manually. So that's why it allows us to, it collects that information so they can choose the correct size in the cloud. All right. Okay, and then that information will be in the cloud, and that's where we start to do the migration after that. So the migrate assess the environment's readiness. Okay, so check for ready for Azure, okay, which is not ready for Azure. So this is a very simple on-prem environment, just 2 instances, okay, and it's ready for Azure. None is non-ready for Azure. Okay, so it's a monthly cost estimate, and this is based onto the size of that compute, okay, that I have selected. Okay, and also the storage monthly cost. All right, and this depends onto if onto the compute portion. Are you adding? Have you added new storage space, or is it just on the standard storage space, or have you changed into a different performance storage space? All right, and things like that. Okay, so it will give you, because that will be chosen when you're doing that, or that will be decided when it has received that information from on-prem and you're doing the assessment on how to map it over to the cloud. All right, so you got to select, okay, on terms of these the storage spaces that you want, and that's where it reflects back over here into the report and saying that based on to what you've selected and the size of the virtual machine, or the compute nodes that you have selected with some sort of storage space that you have included. All right, yeah, it will tell you estimate on estimate basis, okay, how much it's going to cost you per month. All right. Okay, so migrating service with Azure Migrate. All right, so first of all, assess the assessment identifies the candidates for server migration to Azure. All right, so it runs agentless. Again, there's no agent, but you got to use that. We're going to use that collector, okay, in order to first collect information first. All right. We click onto discover. All right, it's going to do a quick discover on-premise. All right, and then click on the assess to assess the discovered machines. All right, so this is actually how it looks like. Okay, then select migrate from the replicating machines. Shut down the machines for final replication and so on. All right, so during the Azure migration itself, okay, it's replicating. It replicates it. Okay, once it's replicated, okay, then you have to stop. You gotta, you don't really have to break it. Okay, once it has done its replication, all right, you don't have to break the replication first. All right, what it can do is that you want to test. Okay, you want to test onto its failover to see is it actually working or not. All right, once it's working and you find that it's good to go to move it to the cloud or to run entirely from the cloud, then you can stop the replication and break it. Okay, and then you can decom the one which is on-prem. All right, so basically all this is all in a very smooth workflow, okay, in the Azure Migration app. All right, it's just going through the wizard, okay, and it does, by the end of the wizard, okay, once you're ready, you can start to migrate. Post migration steps, okay, what you need to do is that you review the security settings of the virtual machine. All right, so that's where even now, if you're gonna do a lift and shift, now you're in the Azure environment. So the network environment or the network infrastructure is going to be slightly different that we have on-prem. So you want to have, let's say, NSG configured. All right, do you want to have because NSG is nothing to do with your guest operating system's Windows firewall. All right, that is that. Okay, NSG is NSG. 2 different things over here. All right, so even if you have your Windows firewall all turned on, that's good for you, but you still want to have NSG in front, okay, before it actually reaches the guest OS. All right, so restrict network access using NSG. You want to deploy, you want to actually run some disk encryption. Okay, if you are deploying some additional disks, for example. Okay, so it's using your storage service encryption by default. All right, you want to use your own key, or probably want to use the platform managed key, which is from Azure. Okay, so you want to deploy some sort of, you want to ensure that your disks are encrypted. All right. If you're bringing, you can even upload your own virtual hard disk in the cloud as well. All right, and you want to have those encrypted. All right, so you want to increase resiliency. Okay, increase resiliency. So every time you create a storage, it will have a replica. Okay, that we don't have to worry. It will have its own replica because the storage that we create is based onto the storage account, and the storage account has a replication strategy. Okay, it is already replicated. All right, just that when we choose the replication strategy, are we using GRS or are we using GZRS? Okay, if you're using like the ZRS itself, okay, or you're using the LRS, okay, is within the same region or in different data centers within the same region. But if you're using anything which is inter-region, well, we've got to select which region do we want this to be replicated to. All right, so yeah, we have to specify that, okay, on which region, and then enable that replication to run. Okay, so then the next part we look into the database. All right, so what can it actually migrate? Well, of course, it can migrate your SQL, or it can migrate your MySQL. It can migrate your Oracle. I remember the last time it doesn't support Oracle yet. Okay, but probably yeah. All right, so Oracle. Okay, then you have your PostgreSQL. So basically, okay, you can just migrate the entire SQL server. You can migrate the entire server itself, or you can just migrate the database. All right, or just the service itself, not the whole VM or the physical server. All right, so when you move into the cloud, okay, then you have a choice. Say, for example, I have something which is physical over here. I just want to have the entire SQL database to be in the cloud. So I can choose to have it to be hosted onto Azure SQL database. All right, so I don't have to worry about the host. All right, I don't have to worry about the maintenance of the virtual machine whatsoever. I just migrate it onto the database. Or I can migrate it onto a managed instance. Yep, I can do that. I could migrate it onto, let's say, in this case, if I want it to be like, well, it's hardly we want to create now a VM just to host it, unless this is actually a VM and host it back into a VM in the cloud. That's more of a lift and shift. But in that case, it's still possible. It's kind of manual. All right, so you install a VM, all right, install a SQL inside, okay, and then you have that replication done between VM to VM. All right. But then again, is that why I want to do that? Because since you can actually migrate the entire VM if you want to do that. Okay, so most cases that when you want to shift things out from the VM on-prem to the cloud, and when you use the cloud optimized method, right, you would not want to go back otherwise. All right, so you're going to use the cloud optimization method, for example, like going straight into using Azure SQL database itself. All right, so if you have things like Mongo and you have things like the Gremlin, for example, those are NoSQL methods. Again, NoSQL databases, right? You can actually move it over to Cosmos, all right? If you want to use Cosmos in that case, all right? But if you want to use just Gremlin itself, yes, Gremlin is also there. Okay, MongoDB, Cassandra, they're all there, all right? But if you're intending to actually have this, because these services, these databases, the NoSQL databases that you're using over here, you want to have it more elasticity over there, you can shift it over to using the Cosmos DB. All right, so overview of the database migration. All right, so first of all, you can do it offline online migration method. So you're going to download the migration assistant. Okay, why do you download that? Because now you just want to move your database, right? Okay, just the database itself they're looking at. So it needs to understand what is in your database. First thing is that it needs to understand the schema in the database. All right, so you download the data migration assistant. All right, and install that onto your database service. All right, and then it's going to do the assessment and it's going to understand the schema that is in your database service. All right, then you're going to create an Azure virtual network instance in the cloud. Okay, create a network security group in the cloud. Okay, then configure the firewall in the cloud. The database will have a firewall itself as well. If you see, we have seen that in 303. All right, Azure database SQL database firewall. All right, and because that we are putting it into a virtual network, and in virtual network we will have a subnet, for example. Okay, so the subnet then we can apply our NSG. All right. Okay, and of course, configure the credentials to get into that database. All right, so we assess it. Okay, so before migration, we did the assessment in the cloud, okay, using the Azure migration tool. All right, and then you select the source and target service, okay, connect to the details. But basically, a lot of these are is wizardized. Okay, so just go through the wizard. Yeah, so over here, we're just walking through onto what to expect, okay, during that configuration itself. All right, so migrate the schema using the data migration assistant. All right. Okay, so you select the on-prem SQL Server instance. Okay, and then you set the SQL Server instance target server, okay, in the cloud. Okay, where are we gonna migrate it to? Okay, and then set the scope of the migration to the schema only because you want to migrate just the schema itself, for example. All right, so migrate the schema, and once connected, choose the schema object to deploy onto the new SQL database. All right, so the rest of it will be handled by Azure. All right, Azure will have to handle it. So the DMA will create a script for all the actions that's required. You don't even have to touch a thing. Right? So Shaswat is asking, is this charged or free? Assessment service are free. The assessment over here all are free. They're all free. Yeah, so there's no charge to it. All right, so they're all free. Because it's actually part of the migration service. All right, so it's all free, so it's no charge into it. You just got to download, and even the downloading of the VM collector, or even in this case, the DMA, they're all free. All right, so all this is you're going to create a script for it to run correctly. Right, this is the steps over here. Okay, database migration services. Okay, so when you say create an instance of Azure Database Migration Service, okay, you're basically starting a project. Okay, so basically you're starting a project, say, okay, I'm going to migrate this, then you're going to do the assessment over here, okay, and what needs to be done, and so on and so forth. That's basically what we call the instance. Yes, so Syed was saying that you still have to pay for storage charges for replicated item. Yes, that's true. Okay, that's true. As long as, because once the assessment is free, but once it's placed into the cloud, all right, and when you start to use the resource in the cloud, yeah, when you're using the resource in the cloud, yes, that resource needs to be paid. Yeah, you got to pay for that resource. All right, during the assessment, no, there's no charge to it. After the assessment, after the migration, now it's actually using the resource. Yes, you got to pay. The VM got to pay, or the instance you got to pay, all right, the services you got to pay, the storage you got to pay. All right, so all those any resources that you're using in the cloud, you have to pay. Now then we look into the on-premise migrating on-premise data to the cloud storage using AZCopy. Now AZCopy is actually a command line tool. All right, basically it's a command line tool. The command line tool has to be installed. You install it onto on-prem. Okay, and what it does is that now this tool is good to just copy information from your file server, for example, or from any of your storages into the cloud storage. Okay, and into the cloud storage, basically, you can access your cloud storage using the URL that is available in all your storages. Yeah, so it's a very simple tool, basically. All right, and you want to put it into your blob container. Okay, so why? Now this is the reason why. All right, because you have a few options. Let me just bring up my whiteboard over here. Okay, so over here I have on-prem. Okay, let's say I have my file server. This is my file server. Okay, so I have like shared folder over here or whatsoever. Okay, so I have a lot of files inside. Probably they're huge files. They are picture files. For example, I have another guy over here. Probably they're video files. Okay, and over here, for example, I have a lot of document files. Okay, whatsoever. All right. So I want to move all these things up into the cloud. All right. Now I have two options. Option number one. Okay, option number one. I can go over to the cloud and I can create a share folder just like the one I have on-prem. Yeah, just like the one I have on-prem. So cool, I can have a file share here in the cloud. Now, oops. Now then, what am I going to do with the file share? Now the file share, probably I want to connect to my machine here. Okay, this virtual machine. So I've got to make that connection, right? So I click onto connect over here. So it's going to go through SMB, which is encapsulated over HTTPS, right? So your SMB protocol, which is encapsulated in your HTTPS. Okay, and then attach onto your machine over here as a network drive. So I can just copy all this kind of stuff, all these picture files, all these video files, all these document files into this network drive, which is transferred over to the network, onto the internet. Okay, and then back into your file share in the cloud. Now, what's the problem? Now, the problem over here is that the file share, you have a maximum size of, there's a maximum size that you have to specify. All right, and default is actually using 5 terabytes maximum. Okay, that's default. All right, the maximum size of this file share is 5 tera. And over here you have like videos, you have documents, you have pics, you have databases, and it's a lot of stuff. Okay, it might go beyond this. And what are you going to do? And on top of that, you don't actually even have to do this. You have this something called the Azure File Sync. Okay, that's Azure File Sync. It's just like your what do you call this? The offline file share thing that you have on-prem. Okay, so what does that do is that if you, let's say for example, if your PC, okay, and you have a file share over here, okay, so it's connected as a network drive, but you want to enable the offline file sync, okay, to synchronize the file, the share folder, and if in case that this connection got dropped, or probably you are going back home, okay, and you will still want to store stuff into that share folder, but because you are disconnected from your file server in the office, because you're back home, so you can't connect to the share folder, right, unless you do VPN back into your office again. So what happened is that you actually have this file share, in this case the file sync, offline file sync over here. So it's going to create a storage space temporarily. Yeah, I'm going to put into this, I'm going to use this file share as if that's online, but basically storing into a temporary storage space. Okay, and then when you go back to the office, once the network is connected, it automatically syncs this information into the share folder. Now, basically, this file sync does the same job. Okay, it actually has very similar functionality. All right, but the thing is that you got to install the file sync, okay, onto your machine over here. Okay, in this case, it supports only Windows machine, unfortunately. So if you have Linux, too bad. Can't do that. You can't do the file sync. All right, and most important is because of this guy. All right, so this method using the file share is not so desirable because you're kind of limited with the storage space. So there comes your blob containers. Okay, you have the blob containers. Now, blob containers, no limit. There's no constraint here in terms of its size. Okay, it's no constraint. Of course, the more you use, the more you're going to be charged. But there's no capacity, there's no maximum capacity here. So what I need to do here is that I installed the AZ copy command line tool here. Okay, and then how am I supposed to access this? So you remember that each of this file share, blob, your queues, your tables, it actually has a URL. Right, it has a URL. So you can create an SAS token, okay, together with the URL, okay, and then we can use the AZ copy command. All right, AZ copy command. It can be used onto your Windows, Linux, Mac OS, doesn't really matter. All right, so you can run the AZ copy command and copy the stuff that I have onto this. All right, from my share folder. So I specify my share folder, whatever share folder is, okay, in terms of all its contents, and then specify the URL that you have from your blob container. Okay, specify the URL. So from the source, copy to the destination. As easy as that. So you get that URL address, okay, that has the SAS token if you want to be safe. All right, so copy from AZ copy from here, the source, including the files that you want. So if this entire folder, you can put an *.*. Okay, then the destination will be the URL of this blob container. Okay, put it over here, and it's going to do that copy. It's basically just doing a copy. All right, it's just copying over, and it works for your Linux, your Mac OS, and also your Windows. All right, so you can use that method. Now, the thing over here, the cons part. Now, it's good to use because it's simple. Okay, it's simple, but just like copying files from a source to destination. All right. Try to imagine if I have like tons of stuffs, using this copy method is going to take forever, right? It's going to take forever. Okay, if I use this copy method. All right, so that's where you, if let's say it's good for it, so AZ copy is good for like small files like this, you know, just 1 or 2 files, or probably like just one small folder that I have over here. I'm going to move it over to the cloud, or just move the contents in the cloud. Yeah, AZ copy is good. It's simple to use, it's direct, it's fast. All right, but if you have humongous databases, humongous files that you want to move over, probably you want to use a different solution. All right, you have options like using data boxes. All right, yeah, you can have data boxes, but this depends on which region you're at. Not all regions actually have data boxes available. You probably want to have some migration, some storage migration tool, all right, that you want to move it over, okay? And the bandwidth, or in this case, the connectivity that you want to use over here would be recommended to use ExpressRoute if it's possible, all right? Use ExpressRoute for this. All right, so because ExpressRoute is, you have a huge pipe over there in order to transfer your files to the cloud, all right, or transfer whatever you have, your storage into the cloud. All right, so ExpressRoute is meant for like huge stuff, okay? But if you have your VPN and it's enough for you to use, and 1 gigabit per second is max, that's good for you, then yeah, you can go ahead with that too. Okay, so basically AZ copy is just a tool, all right? It will look something like this. Yeah, so AZ copy, yeah, AZ copy, and then AZ copy is the command. You want to use a copy command over here. Oops. Okay, and then specify the local folder on your path. Let's say C:D: something, and then the path of the storage of the blob. Okay, that's it. Okay, you can copy this from your Azure environment. Okay, copy that link, or you get that link and just paste it in. So the source, this is the source. This is destination. Can I actually do the other way around? Yes, entirely true. It's entirely possible. All right, you want to copy some stuff from the cloud, okay, to your local. So you put the cloud storage over here, and then the local path next on the destination side. All right, then you can copy stuff onto your on-prem. Okay, yeah. So AZ copy is actually you want to put stuff into the cloud. Simple, well, fast to use, simple, okay, and it's quick. Okay, but it's meant for small files, not huge ones. All right. So you can do the sync as well, okay, the syncing method. Okay, so syncing method basically is going to copy everything that you have on that folder into the cloud, or vice versa. Right, so you can schedule this to run. Yeah, you can use the cron job. Okay, if you're using Linux, you can use schedule task. Okay, you can write a script. Okay, you can write a script over here using a bash file script. All right, that's old school. Okay, so you can do that. Okay, and then just basically the script is just putting this command in. All right. Okay, so over here we're looking into a lab. Okay, and in this lab, unfortunately, I'm not able to give you the slides, but you have the same slide info in your skill pipe material. All right, it's all there. Okay, so for the lab. All right, so you're going to use this. Okay, so module 3, okay, onto your hands-on lab. Module 3, you're going to migrate your Hyper-V VMs to Azure by using Azure Migrate. All right, you're going to do that. And let me see. Oh, let me just resume my lab over here. All right. Okay, so remember to download any lab files that you require. Okay, so make sure that you click onto this when you start this virtual machine. Okay, so you're going to download the files into your virtual machine. Okay, so check onto your desktop, okay, or onto your F drive. Okay, either way, it's either on the desktop or your F drive once the files are downloaded. All right, and then the next part over here, you don't have to do this anymore because we've done that already this morning. All right, the Azure PaaS subscription, don't have to do this anymore.
Okay, this is already done. Right, and then you can start the lab, okay, which is this lab is about migrating Hyper-V VMs to Azure using Azure Migrate. All right, so remember when you're actually doing the exercises over here, remember to click onto the checkboxes on the side once you've done with that task, so that I can help you, or I can actually go to that portion that you got stuck if you need my assistance. All right. Okay, so this one will be deploying a virtual machine over here. Okay, so you can see that it's going to run a JSON template. So likely it's going to deploy a virtual machine, and you're going to migrate that into the cloud. And basically, it's already in the cloud, okay, but probably going to migrate some services inside. All right. Okay, so there you go. All right, so this is going to take, let me see. 120 minutes, so it's going to be 2 hours. All right, so 2 hours for this lab. Yeah, the time is it takes a little bit more time because of the migration itself. So please let me know if anyone is still not able to log into the lab. I'll see how I can help you to get access to your lab portal.
That's the key in the previous page. So I don't know what this code is. Oh. That's weird. you want to give the control back, Ivan, I can try again. Sweet. Thanks, mate. I'll check it. I'll check pop-up blocker.
All right, so yeah, so there are some hiccups for some of you on doing the migration, but yeah, it's all good. Everyone's going through a learning curve in trying to turn off the pop-up blocker. Right. Okay, so anyway, yes, that's it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 9.
See you, Ivan.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ivan. Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye.